Hello there, and welcome back. Whether it's your first time here or part of your nightly routine, I'm grateful to have you. This is your quiet corner of the internet, where we slow down, leave the day behind, and drift into the gentle rhythm of history. So get comfortable, dim the lights, maybe brew some tea, and let's begin our story. Before we begin, one of my favorite things is reading your comments about where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Some of you are up at 3 a.m., some at dusk, others just starting the day. So, if you like, drop your city and your current time in the comments. Together, we light up this quiet little map across the world. No pressure to like or subscribe, just close your eyes if it feels right. But if you do want more stories like this, you know where to find them. Now, let's take a slow step back in time to a world where comfort was rare, nights were cold, and surviving till morning was never guaranteed. Episode 1. The day is breathing its last, long sigh. The sun has already slipped behind the jagged, dusty peaks of the Shara Mountains, and the sky above is no longer a harsh, brilliant blue, but a soft, deep indigo, brushed with strokes of violet and fading orange at the horizon. The oppressive heat of the Jordanian desert, which has baked the landscape for hours, is finally beginning to release its grip. You can feel it in the air, a subtle coolness rising from the ground, a gentle caress against your skin that feels like a quiet promise of relief. You are standing at the edge of something immense. The modern world, with its cars, its distant music, and its electric lights, seems to be miles behind you now, a memory that is quickly dissolving. The only sound from that world is the low, almost imperceptible hum of a distant generator, and even that is fading, being swallowed by a much older, much deeper silence. The silence of the desert. It's a silence that isn't empty, it's filled with the weight of centuries, with the whisper of wind over sand, and with the vast, quiet turning of the cosmos above. You take a slow breath, and the air you draw in is clean and dry, scented with dust and the faint, peppery smell of resilient desert shrubs. You find your shoulders, which you hadn't realized were tense, beginning to relax and fall. The day is done. The journey to get here is over. And now, another journey is about to begin. In front of you, a wide, sandy track opens up, leading gently downhill into the growing shadows. This is the path to Petra. With a sense of calm purpose, you begin to walk. Your shoes make a soft, rhythmic crunching sound on the coarse sand and fine gravel, a gentle percussion in the vast quiet. The path is wide here, a ceremonial approach designed for caravans and pilgrims. As your eyes adjust to the twilight, the first of the ancient sentinels comes into view on your right. They are known as the Jinn blocks. Immense, cube-like monuments carved from the surrounding sandstone. They are not ornate or delicate. They are solid, powerful, and profoundly mysterious. They stand nearly 3 stories high, silent and monolithic in the fading light. You pause for a moment, looking at their simple, strong shapes. They ask more questions than they answer. Were they tombs? Were they monuments to honor the gods who protected this valley? No one knows for sure. They are simply here, guardians of the threshold, their purpose lost to time, but their presence as real as the stone beneath your feet. You continue your slow walk, feeling smaller, more anonymous, as you move deeper into the valley. The path begins to curve, following the natural contours of the land, and then you see it. Rising from the cliff face on your left is a sight that makes you pause once more. It is the obelisk tomb, and it is a curious and wonderful fusion of styles. For tall, pointed pyramids, or obelisks, stand atop the main structure, reaching for the darkening sky. They are weathered and worn, their sharp points softened by 2,000 years of wind and sand, yet they still convey a sense of reaching for the heavens. They are a distinctly Nabataean signature, a local flourish. But below them, the facade of the lower tomb is something else entirely. It feels more familiar, carved in a Greco-Roman style with columns and a formal entrance. This lower part is a triclinium, a chamber for feasting to honor the dead. You gaze at this strange, two-part monument, a testament to a culture that stood at the crossroads of the world. They took ideas from Egypt, from Greece, from Rome, and blended them with their own unique traditions to create something entirely new. You wonder about the family who commissioned this grand final resting place, a family wealthy enough to carve their legacy directly into the mountain, ensuring their memory would endure long after their names were forgotten. The path continues to descend, and you feel a distinct change in the atmosphere. The wide open space of the outer valley is beginning to narrow. The cliffs on either side are growing taller, leaning in slightly, as if to share a secret. And then you feel it before you see it, a draft of cool air, flowing out from the darkness ahead. It is noticeably colder than the air in the valley, a cool, subterranean breath that carries with it the scent of damp stone and deep shadow. You have arrived at the entrance to the Siq. It is not a grand archway or a man-made gate. It is something far more dramatic and far more natural. It is a crack, a gigantic fissure splitting a single, solid mountain of rock in two. The entrance is dark, almost intimidatingly so. The towering walls of sandstone, hundreds of feet high, converge to create an arrow, winding passage into the heart of the mountain. You stand at this threshold, this geological marvel, and gaze into the deep purple darkness within. The last light of the evening does not penetrate far, leaving the path ahead shrouded in mystery. You can hear the sound of your own breathing now, a little clearer, in the enclosed space. You look up and see only a thin, meandering ribbon of starry sky, framed by the undulating lines of the canyon walls. It feels as if you are standing at the edge of the known world, about to step into a place outside of ordinary time. There is no rush. There is only this moment of profound, quiet anticipation. You take one last look back at the open valley, at the first stars beginning to prick the indigo fabric of the sky. Then, you turn to face the fissure once more. You take a slow, deep breath of the cool air that spills from its mouth, and with a feeling of gentle surrender, you prepare to take your first step into the shadows, minus episode 2. You take that first, definitive step. You cross the unseen boundary that separates the open air of the valley from the enclosed world of the canyon. The change is immediate and absolute. It is a full body sensory immersion. The first thing you notice is the temperature. The gentle coolness you felt at the entrance is now a profound, cellar like cold that seems to rise from the very stones beneath your feet and radiate from the towering walls around you. It's not an unpleasant feeling, it's a refreshing, cleansing cold that washes away the last remnants of the desert heat and focuses your attention inward. The second change is the sound. The soft crunch of your footsteps on the sandy path vanishes. Here, the ground is smoother, a surface of compressed earth and worn bedrock. Your steps become softer, more muted, yet somehow more resonant. You take another step, and you hear it. The faintest, softest echo, a whisper of your own movement returned to you by the stone. It's as if the canyon itself is acknowledging your presence, listening to your passage. The world outside, with its wind and its vastness, is gone. Here in the Siq, you have entered a private, acoustic chamber, a place designed for quiet contemplation. And then there is the light, or rather, the lack of it. The deep indigo of the sky is now almost entirely gone, replaced by the immense, dark mass of the cliffs. The ribbon of sky far above has narrowed to a mere sliver, a celestial river of deep purple that seems to flow between the canyon's high, undulating banks. The few stars that were visible before are now brighter, sharper, like diamonds scattered on a strip of velvet. The darkness here is not total, it is a soft, deep twilight that your eyes slowly, patiently, begin to adjust to. Shapes become clearer. The smooth vertical sweep of the rock face on your left, the gnarled, textured surface of the wall on your right. You begin to walk forward, deeper into this magnificent corridor. The path is not straight. It meanders, following a path carved not by man, but by water over the course of millennia. Every 20 or 30 paces, the canyon bends, sometimes gently, sometimes in a sharp, near 90-degree turn. This winding nature creates a profound sense of gentle mystery. You can never see more than a short distance ahead. Each turn of the path is a slow reveal, a new composition of rock, shadow, and slivered sky. It encourages a slow, deliberate pace. There is no reason to hurry here. The journey itself, this quiet, meditative walk, is the destination. The walls of the Siq are a universe of their own. They rise on either side of you, so high that you have to crane your neck to see their tops. They seem to defy gravity, immense curtains of solid rock that feel both protective and ominous-inspiring. They are not flat or uniform. They ripple and bulge, curve and recede. In some places, the surface is as smooth as polished marble, sculpted by eons of flash floods. In others, it is rough and pitted, a tapestry of natural texture. As you walk, you reach out a hand and let your fingertips trail along the wall. The stone is cool, solid, and alive with a kind of ancient energy. You can feel the faint vibrations of the earth itself, a silent, deep hum of stillness that resonates through the rock and into your hand. You walk on, the gentle rhythm of your steps and your breathing becoming a form of meditation. Bend after bend, the canyon unfolds before you. Sometimes it narrows to a point where you feel you could almost stretch out your arms and touch both walls at once. The air feels compressed, intimate. Then, it will widen again, creating a small, natural chamber where the sounds of your footsteps seem to momentarily vanish into the space. You lose all track of time. Minutes could be passing, or it could be an hour. It doesn't matter. Here, you are operating on what you might call canyon time, measured only by the pace of your own quiet exploration. After a while, you find a natural alcove in the rock and decide to pause. You stand still, your back against the cool stone, and you simply listen. And what you hear is the most profound silence you have ever experienced. It is a silence that is layered and deep. On the surface, there is the absence of modern noise. Deeper than that, there is the absence of natural noise, no birds, no insects, no rustling leaves. And in the very heart of that silence, you begin to notice new sounds. You can hear the soft, steady rhythm of your own heart, a gentle, reassuring beat inside your chest. You can hear the sound of your own breathing, the slow, quiet tide of air entering and leaving your body. And if you listen very, very carefully, you can hear a third sound. It is the faintest whisper, a high, ethereal sigh. It is the sound of the wind, catching the very highest edges of the canyon, hundreds of feet above you. It doesn't reach you down here on the canyon floor, but you can hear its ghost, a reminder of the vast, open world that exists just beyond these sheltering walls. You close your eyes for a moment, simply existing within this cocoon of stone and silence, feeling a sense of peace that is as deep and as solid as the rock surrounding you. Feeling rested, you open your eyes and begin to walk again. Your attention, now sharpened by the quiet, is drawn to the path beneath your feet. You notice now that its smoothness is not entirely natural. It's been worn down by centuries of use. This prompts a reflection on all the others who have walked this path: traders, pilgrims, kings. You are not just walking through a geological wonder. You are walking through history itself. Every smooth stone, every worn surface, is a testament to the lives and journeys that came before. You are following in their footsteps, and this realization adds another layer of meaning to your quiet walk. You are the latest in a long, unbroken line of travelers to pass through this sacred, silent drift. And as you proceed around the next bend, you begin to look more closely at the walls, wondering what other signs of their passage they might reveal. Minus Episode 3. As you walk on, your senses are now finely tuned to the subtle language of this place. Your gaze is no longer just taking in the grand scale of the canyon, but actively searching for the smaller, more intimate details the human touch has left behind. You trail your hand along the rock wall beside you, the stone a cool, constant companion on your journey. Your fingers read its surface like a blind man reading a story, feeling the smooth patches, the rough sections, the gentle, wave-like undulations, and then your fingers catch on something different. It's a line, a perfectly straight, uniform edge cut into the rock. It feels unnatural, too deliberate to be a product of wind or water. You stop and look closer. Your eyes, now well minus accustomed to the deep twilight, can just make out a shallow channel, about the width of your hand, carved into the cliff face at waist height. It runs in a perfectly straight line, a stroke of intention against the wild canvas of the natural rock. You follow it with your eyes as it disappears into the darkness ahead, and then you trace it back the way you came. It is an unbroken line, a feature so subtle you hadn't even registered it until now. A quiet curiosity sparks within you. You turn and scan the opposite wall of the Siq, and there, you see its twin, another channel, carved at roughly the same height, running parallel to the one beside you. Suddenly, you understand. You are not just in a canyon, you are in an aqueduct. This magnificent natural fissure was engineered. It was harnessed. You step closer to the channel on your side, peering into its smooth, concave bottom. This one is open to the air. You can imagine it, filled with clear, fresh water, flowing gently from the springs outside the city, like a small, man-made stream. This was likely for the animals, the camels, the donkeys, the sheep, and perhaps for passers-by to quench their thirst. You can almost hear the soft, gurgling music it would have made, a sound that would have filled this silent canyon with the melody of life. Then you cross the narrow path to examine the channel on the other side. This one is different. You can see segments of interlocking terracotta pipes, each about a foot long, laid carefully within the carved channel. In some places, the pipes are gone, but their impression remains in the stone. In others, they are still perfectly intact, their reddish brown ceramic a warm, earthy contrast to the cooler tones of the sandstone. This was a more sophisticated system. By enclosing the water in pipes, the Nabataeans protected it from contamination by animals or falling debris. More importantly, in this arid land, it prevented precious water from evaporating under the sun's glare, which would have pierced this canyon during the day. This was the city's primary drinking water, its lifeline, delivered pure and cool to the tens of thousands who lived beyond the Siq's end. You stand back, taking in the sight of these two parallel systems. The sheer ingenuity is breathtaking. The Nabataeans didn't just find a hidden city, they built a system to make life possible there. You notice the almost imperceptible downward slope of the channels. It is a masterpiece of hydraulic engineering, calculated with incredible precision over the entire 1.2 kilometer length of the Siq. A slope too gentle, and the water would stagnate. a slope too steep, and the flow would be too fast and turbulent. This was a perfect, gravity-minus-fed system, achieved with the simplest of tools and the most profound understanding of the natural world. You can still see the faint, rhythmic marks of chisels in the rock around the channels, the ghostly fingerprints of the masons who spent countless hours carving this path for water. You pause your walk once more, finding a place to lean against the rock wall. You close your eyes. You decide to engage not just your sight, but your imagination. You picture these channels not as empty, dusty grooves, but as they were 2,000 years ago. In your mind's ear, the silence is broken. You hear it. The sound of water. From your right, there is the gentle, open sound of a flowing brook, a continuous, liquid whisper echoing softly between the stone walls. It's a sound of peace, of nature guided by a gentle hand. From your left, the sound is slightly different, a deeper, more hollow murmur from the water moving through the clay pipes. It's the sound of a city's pulse, a steady, reliable heartbeat pumping life into the urban center. The two sounds combine to create a quiet symphony, a stereo of flowing water that would have accompanied every single person who walked this path. The air in your imagination feels cooler, more humid. The scent of damp earth and wet stone fills your senses. You realize then that this incredible engineering was also an act of psychological brilliance. Any traveler or merchant arriving at Petra, after days or weeks in the parched, waterless desert, would enter this canyon and be greeted not by more dry rock, but by the undeniable sight and sound of abundant flowing water. It was a statement, a declaration of wealth, power, and mastery over the harshest of environments. It said, "You have left the wilderness behind. You are entering a true civilization, a kingdom that has tamed the desert. You are safe here. You will be provided for." These channels were more than just infrastructure. They were the city's greeting, its promise, its very soul. They were the arteries carrying the precious lifeblood from the mountains to the hidden heart of the rose-minus-red city. To walk the Siq was to walk alongside the source of Petra's life, to be carried along by its current toward the wonders that lay ahead. You slowly open your eyes, the imagined sounds of water gently fading, leaving you once again in the profound and comfortable silence. But the canyon no longer feels merely empty, it feels full of a presence, a memory of vitality. As you stand there reorienting yourself, a sliver of moonlight from the narrow opening high above strikes a patch of the canyon wall just ahead of you. It illuminates the rock in a way you haven't seen before, and for the first time your attention is drawn away from the shapes and the history, and drawn instead to a new, breathtaking detail. You are captivated by the rock's incredible, impossible color. Minus episode 4. Your journey, up to this point, has been one of shapes and shadows, of immense scale and quiet history. But now, in that single, isolated patch of moonlight, a new dimension of the Siq has been revealed to you. Color. You stare at that illuminated section, captivated. It is not a uniform color, but a breathtaking swirl of deep rose and pale cream, as if liquid pigments were poured into the very heart of the rock and frozen in place. As you continue to gaze, your mind begins to connect the dots. You realize this isn't an isolated phenomenon. You lower your gaze from the moonlit patch and look at the rock closer to you, in the deeper shadows. And now that you know what to look for, you see it everywhere. The canyon is not simply brown or beige. It is a masterpiece of natural art, a gallery painted by the hand of geology over hundreds of millions of years. You take a few slow steps forward, your focus entirely on the walls now. The experience shifts from a walk into a slow, deliberate tour of a natural museum. You begin to appreciate the famous rose-red color that gives Petra its name. It is not just one color, but an entire spectrum. In some places, it is a soft, delicate pink, the color of a seashell's interior. In others, it deepens into a rich, warm salmon, and in deeper veins, it becomes a dramatic, dark crimson, the color of dried blood or a fine aged wine. These bands of red flow through the rock, creating undulating waves of color that seem to capture a slow, geological pulse. But the red is only the beginning of the story. Woven into and around the roseate hues is a stunning array of other colors. You see wide, sweeping bands of earthy ochre, a warm, mustard-yellow that seems to glow with its own inner light even in the dimments. This yellow is often streaked with veins of the palest, creamiest white, creating a pattern like fine, marbled paper. The effect is so fluid, so painterly, that it's hard to believe it was applied with a brush. It looks as though a giant had tipped a bucket of liquid golden honey into the stone, letting it flow where it may. As you venture deeper, you begin to notice the rarer, more surprising colors. In the cooler shadows, nestled within the reds and yellows, are veins of soft, dusky violet. It's a shy, gentle color, the shade of a desert twilight. And in some of the most protected crevices, you can even spot streaks of a soft grayish-blue, a color so unexpected in this warm landscape that it feels like a secret whispered only to you. These cool tones provide a beautiful, calming counterpoint to the fiery warmth of the reds and yellows, adding a layer of complexity and depth to the canyon's palette. The true magic, you realize, is not just in the colors themselves, but in how they are combined. They do not sit in neat, orderly layers. They swirl and bleed into one another in a display of breathtaking fluidity. You stop and study one section of the wall that is particularly magnificent. Here, a dozen different colors seem to be locked in a slow, silent dance. A band of deep purple twists around a core of bright orange. Thin, precise lines of black, fine as a pen stroke, cut through a field of soft pink. A splash of white erupts in a pattern that looks like sea foam on a rose-colored sea. One section looks like the polished grain of an ancient, petrified wood. Another looks like a topographical map of some fantastical, alien world. You are completely mesmerized. You feel as though you are walking through a dream, through a canyon carved not from stone, but from solidified lightened color. The narrow slit of sky above acts as a masterful lighting designer, with every passing cloud and every shift in moonlight changing the character of the art on display. What was once a deep purple might soften to a lavender. What was a dull brown might suddenly reveal a hidden vein of gold. The canyon is alive, a constantly shifting canvas. Drawn by an irresistible impulse, you reach out and press your palm flat against a particularly vibrant section of the wall, a swirl of deep red and pale yellow. The stone is cool and surprisingly smooth, yet it has a fine, gritty texture under your fingertips, the individual grains of sand that make up the rock. And as you stand there, with your hand pressed against this ancient, colorful surface, you have a quiet realization. You are not just touching rock, you are touching time itself. You recall that sandstone is a sedimentary rock, formed from layers of sand deposited over eons. The different colors are the result of different minerals that were present in those ancient sands: iron oxides creating the reds and yellows, manganese creating the purples and blacks. These layers were compressed under unimaginable pressure, buried deep within the earth for hundreds of millions of years before tectonic forces pushed them upward and the patient power of water carved this very canyon. Each colored band is a different epoch. Each swirl is a different geological event. You are literally placing your hand on a page from the deep history of the earth, a page from a time long before humanity, before the Nabataeans, before even the mountains themselves had settled into their current forms. The thought is humbling, and it fills you with a sense of profound connection to the planet and its immense, slow, creative power. You let your hand drop, but the sensation of that ancient, cool stone lingers on your palm, lost in this visual and conceptual wonder. Your awareness begins to pick up on another subtle sensory detail. It is not a sight, nor a sound, nor a touch. It is a scent, faint, almost imperceptible. You inhale deeply, trying to place it. It is not the smell of dust or damp rock. It is something else, something woody, sweet, and slightly spicy. It smells like old, burned incense, a fragrance that seems out of place here. It seems to be drifting on the cool air from somewhere further down the canyon, a hint of human ritual amidst the grandeur of natural creation, calling you forward to your next discovery. Minus episode 5. You let that mysterious, phantom scent of incense guide you forward. It's a fragrance that seems to weave itself through the cool air of the canyon, a thread of human history tangled with the deep, geological time of the rock. Your focus shifts once again. You are now looking for the source of this imagined aroma, for a human sign amidst the natural splendor. As you round another gentle curve, your eyes catch a new shape on the wall to your left. It is not the flowing, organic line of a water channel, nor is it the wild, abstract pattern of mineral deposits. It is a small, perfect rectangle, carved about a foot deep into the sandstone face, roughly at eye level. It is an alcove, a niche, its edges still remarkably sharp despite the centuries. It is unequivocally the work of human hands. It is empty now, a small, dark window into the solid rock, but it is imbued with a sense of purpose. You walk on, and now that you have seen one, you begin to see them everywhere, on both sides of the Siq. They appear at regular intervals, some small and simple, others larger and more elaborate. Some are just the plain, rectangular recesses. Others have a small, carved pediment on top, like a miniature Greek temple. And some contain carvings within them. These are not grand sculptures, but simple, stylized reliefs. The most common is a slender, rectangular block rising from a base, almost like a modern headstone. You realize you are walking through a kind of open Monastery chapel, a sacred prelude to the city itself. These niches and reliefs, you understand, are called nephesh. They are monuments, not for the dead, but for the living spirit, and they are representations of the gods. The most common symbol, the simple carved block, represents the chief god of the Nabataeans, Shara. His name means he of the Shara, a direct link to the very mountains that surround you. In their desert tradition, the Nabataeans often worship their gods not through human Minos-like statues, but through these abstract blocks of stone. They saw divinity in the raw, powerful forms of the landscape itself, and these carvings were a way to honor that belief. Each niche was a tiny, personal shrine, a place for a traveler to pause and acknowledge the divine presence that filled this canyon. Some of the carvings are crude, looking as though an ordinary merchant with a simple chisel and a few spare moments had carved a humble tribute. Others are more finely wrought, with cleaner lines and more decorative elements, suggesting they were commissioned by a wealthier family or a guild of traders, a permanent marker of their devotion. You find yourself drawn to one particularly well-preserved niche. It is simple, unadorned, and empty. You stop before it, the cool air swirling gently around you. You raise your hand, not quite touching the stone, but feeling the faint energy that seems to linger in the space. And here, in the deep, quiet heart of the Siq, you let your imagination carry you back in time. You picture a man standing where you now stand. He is a Nabataean spice merchant, his face weathered by the sun and wind of the Arabian desert. His robes are dusty, his sandals worn thin from a journey of many weeks. He has led his caravan of camels, laden with precious frankincense from the southern kingdoms, across treacherous, shifting sands. He has navigated by the stars, bargained at remote oases, and survived the journey. And now he has finally reached the entrance to his home, his capital, the magnificent city of Petra. But before he enters the city to see his family and sell his goods, he stops here. This is the most important part of his arrival. His journey is not truly complete until he has given thanks. From a small leather pouch tied at his waist, he carefully takes out a small, misshapen lump of pale, fragrant resin, frankincense. It is worth more than its weight in gold in the markets of Rome, but here, its value is spiritual. He places the resin on the stone ledge of the niche. From another fold in his robes, he produces a flint and steel. A few sharp strikes, a brief spark, and a tiny ember glows to life. He gently blows on it, and the resin begins to smolder. A single, thin plume of fragrant white smoke rises from the niche. It curls slowly in the still air, carrying with it the sweet, piney, citrus-like scent that you thought you had imagined. The scent of sanctity. The merchant stands with his head bowed, his hands pressed together. He offers no loud prayer, no grand proclamation. His communion is silent. He gives thanks to Dushara for protection from sandstorms and bandits. He gives thanks to the goddess Al-Uzza for the health of his camels and the prospect of a profitable trade. And he offers a prayer for the continued prosperity of Petra, the source of all his wealth and security. The plume of smoke rises, carrying his silent prayers with it, until it dissipates into the cool air of the canyon. The merchant remains for a moment longer, his heart full of a quiet, profound gratitude. Then, with a final, respectful nod, he turns and continues his walk, ready now to enter the world of commerce and family. The image fades from your mind, but the feeling it leaves behind is warm and clear. The scent of incense on the air is no longer a mystery. It is a memory, an echo of countless moments of quiet faith that this canyon has witnessed. The Siq is not just a geological passage or an engineered aqueduct. It is a sacred vestibule, a place of spiritual decompression, where one left the profane world behind and prepared to enter the holy city. Filled with this new understanding, you resume your walk. The path ahead continues to twist and turn, a seemingly endless corridor of stone and shadow. You round another particularly sharp bend, the rock wall on your right forcing you into a tight turn. And as you clear the corner, you stop breathing for a second. There, far in the distance, framed perfectly by the dark, vertical walls of the canyon, is a sliver of light. It is not the purple sliver of sky you have become used to. It is different. It is a brighter, sharper light, and it is glowing with an unmistakable, breathtaking rose-red hue. It is a perfect, vertical slice of an impossible vision, a glimpse of something monumental, something exquisitely crafted, waiting for you at the end of this long, dark passage. -15610, episode 6. That sliver of glowing, rose-red light at the end of the long, dark corridor acts as a magnet, pulling you forward. Your pace, which had been slow and meandering, now becomes even more deliberate, more focused. Each step feels significant. The playful curiosity that guided you through the canyon of colors and past the ancient niches has now been replaced by a quiet, profound sense of reverence. You are approaching the heart of the mystery. As you draw closer, you notice the canyon itself seems to be conspiring to heighten the drama of the reveal. The walls press in, becoming narrower here than at any other point in your journey. The space is so constricted that all of your senses are funneled toward that single, brilliant crack in the darkness. The air seems to grow even stiller, the gentle whispers of wind from above now completely silenced by the enclosing rock. The acoustics change once more. The soft sound of your footsteps seems to be absorbed by the proximity of the walls, creating an almost perfect silence. The only sound is the gentle, steady rhythm of your own breathing. The light from that distant opening casts a faint, warm glow on the path before you. The cool, purple shadows you have been walking in for so long now give way to a soft, rosy luminescence. It feels like you are walking out of a long, dark night and into the first light of a mythical dawn. You walk on, your eyes locked on the vision ahead, and with every step you take, the picture changes, the puzzle slowly revealing its pieces. At first, when you are still some distance away, the sliver of light is just that, a vertical line of breathtaking color. It is an abstract painting, a slash of warmth in a cool, dark world. But as you take another 10, then 20 steps, the sliver begins to widen. It is no longer just a line of light, but a narrow window. And through that window, you begin to discern shapes. The first thing you can clearly identify is a perfect, vertical line of a column. Then, you can make out the deep shadow beneath a horizontal beam. Your mind, steeped in classical images, recognizes it instantly. A piece of a grand, carved facade. Another 20 steps. The window widens further. The image becomes clearer, like a lens being slowly brought into focus. You can now see the top of that column, and you can just make out the ornate, curling leaves of a Corinthian capital. Above it, you can see the sharp, triangular angle of a pediment, a detail straight from the architecture of ancient Greece and Rome, impossibly situated here, in the heart of the Arabian desert. The sheer, audacious fusion of cultures is stunning. Another 20 steps. You are getting closer now. The opening is a significant slit, revealing a substantial portion of the monument. You can see the columns now, and the intricate details carved into the rock face between them. You can make out the faint, eroded forms of sculpted figures, their features blurred by centuries of wind, but their regal posture is still evident. The sheer scale of the carving begins to truly dawn on you. This is not a small tomb or a simple facade. This is monumental architecture, on a scale that seems to defy the very possibility of its creation. How could human hands, with simple tools, carve such perfection from a living mountain of rock? You are just a few yards away now. The final bend of the Siq is just ahead. The opening reveals almost half of the facade. The full texture of the rock, the depth of the shadows within the carvings, the impossible intricacy of it all. I will use this section to build a profound sense of awe and wonder without using dramatic language. And then, just before the final turn that will reveal everything, you stop. You cannot help it. Your feet simply cease to move. You are standing on the precipice of one of the world's greatest wonders, and you are granted this one, final, exquisite moment of anticipation. You stand there, in the cool, dark, narrow confines of the Siq, looking through the last frame of rock at a partial masterpiece. It's a tantalizing, incomplete view, and in some ways more powerful than the full reveal could ever be. It allows your imagination to fill in the rest. to expand upon the impossible beauty of what you can already see. You hold your breath, not from suspense or excitement in the traditional sense, but from a feeling of pure, unadulterated awe. Time seems to slow down, to stretch, allowing you to etch this single, perfect moment into your memory forever. After a long, silent pause, you feel ready. You take a slow, deliberate breath, calming the gentle flutter in your chest. You are ready to see it whole. With a quiet sense of purpose, you take the final few steps. You walk around the last protruding wall of rock, that final dark curtain. You step out of the narrow confines, out of the shadows, and into the light, minus episode 7. You step out of the Siq, and the world expands. After the long, intimate embrace of the canyon walls, the sudden openness of the plaza feels immense. The air, which was cooling still within the rift, now has a gentle, almost imperceptible movement to it, and it feels warmer on your skin. Above you, the narrow ribbon of sky has exploded into a vast, star-minus dusted canopy, a dome of deepest indigo glittering with the sharp, cold light of 1,000 distant suns. The moon, now higher in the sky, casts a serene, silvery light over the entire scene. You have been so focused on the journey that you haven't fully registered the passage of time. The last vestiges of twilight are long gone. It is truly night now. And in the heart of this night, bathed in the ethereal glow of the moon, it stands, Al-Khazneh, the Treasury. You stand perfectly still, rooted to the spot where the path from the Siq opens into the plaza. All the partial glimpses, all the anticipation, could not have prepared you for the reality. It is not just a carving, it is a presence. It commands the space with a silent, regal authority, an entire temple facade that seems to have bloomed from the solid rock of the mountain. It is at once impossibly grand and exquisitely delicate. Your mind falls silent. There are no words, no analyses, only the pure, quiet act of seeing. Your eyes naturally are drawn to the very top. There, crowning the entire monument, is the famous stone urn. It is over 3 meters high, a solid, powerful shape against the stars. It is this urn that gave the building its name, for local Bedouin legend held that it contained the treasure of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh. The legend was so powerful that for centuries, tribesmen would take aim with their rifles, firing at the urn in the desperate hope of cracking it open and releasing the golden jewels within. As your eyes focus, you can just make out the pockmarks and chips left by their bullets, a testament to the enduring power of a good story. Of course, the urn is solid rock, like the rest of the facade. The only treasure it ever held was the legend itself. Slowly, you let your gaze drift downward to the upper story of the facade. It is a masterpiece of Hellenistic design. In the center is a beautiful, circular pavilion known as a tholos, supported by slender columns. It recedes into the cliff face, creating a wonderful sense of depth. Within this circular temple, there once stood the statue of a goddess, perhaps Isis or Tyche, the goddess of fortune, watching over the city. The statue is gone now, lost to time, but you can feel her phantom presence in the empty space. Flanking this central pavilion, on either side, are two half-minus pediments, like a classical temple front that has been split open to reveal the divine tholos within. Within these broken triangular frames stand the figures of warrior women. Amazons are heavily eroded, their features smoothed away by the wind, but you can still discern their powerful stances, one leg forward, and the faint outline of the double-sided axes they once held. They are guardians, fierce and silent protectors of this sacred place. Crowning the very top of the central tholos, above the missing goddess, is another figure, an eagle, the symbol of Zeus, king of the gods in the Greek pantheon. It stands with its wings outstretched, a powerful emblem of celestial authority. Presiding over the entire monument, your eyes continue their slow, downward scan, moving to the magnificent lower level. This section is wider, more solid, giving the entire structure a sense of stability and grandeur. 6 massive columns dominate this lower facade, their surfaces glowing softly in the moonlight. You let your eyes rest on their capitals, carved in the ornate Corinthian style. Even from this distance you can see the incredible intricacy of the acanth sleeves, seeming to sprout from the tops of the columns, a touch of botanical life rendered in eternal stone. Above the columns, a richly decorated frieze stretches across the facade, though its details are lost in shadow. And set back between the columns are more niches with more sculpted figures. On either side of the grand, dark entrance you can see 2 more statues. They are the twin horsemen, Castor and Pollux, known together as the Dioscuri. In ancient belief, they were the protectors of travelers on both land and sea. Their presence here, at the very entrance to Petra, was a divine welcome, a reassurance to the caravan traders that after their long and perilous journeys, they had reached a place of sanctuary and safety under the watchful eyes of the gods. Having taken in the architectural forms, your attention now shifts to the more subtle interplay of light, shadow, and color. The moonlight does something magical to the rose-red sandstone. It drains some of the warm, daytime color. Yes, but it replaces it with something far more ethereal. The rock glows with a soft, silvery-pink luminescence, as if it has absorbed all the starlight and is now gently radiating it back out. The shadows are just as important as the light. They pool in the deep carvings of the column capitals, in the empty doorways and dishes, and behind the columns themselves. These deep, velvety patches of black give the facade an incredible sense of dimension. The illuminated columns and sculptures don't seem attached to the mountain, they seem to float against a backdrop of pure darkness. It is a spectacle of chaoterosi, a dramatic play of light and dark that makes the entire monument feel alive, breathing silently in the cool night air. You reflect on the texture. 2 millennia of desert winds have acted as a gentle polisher, softening the sharpest edges of the classical Greek and Roman designs. The crisp lines have been gentle the surfaces have been smoothed, giving the entire structure a slightly organic feel. less like a building and more like a magnificent, geological flower that has blossomed from the rock. You stand there for what feels like a very long time, simply absorbing the view, letting the profound peace of the scene wash over you. The sheer beauty of it quiets the mind. It asks for nothing, demands nothing. It simply is, and in its presence you simply are. After the long, enclosed journey through the Siq, this moment of open, silent communion feels like a profound gift. Eventually you feel a gentle, pleasant weariness settle over you. It's the satisfying feeling that comes after a long journey and a profound experience. You feel a natural desire to sit, to rest, to simply continue gazing without the effort of standing. Your eyes drift away from the magnificent facade for the first time, scanning the dark, sandy plaza around you, and over to one side, in a respectful but visible distance, you see the warm, inviting flicker of a small campfire. It's a tiny, human light in the vast, ancient darkness, a point of warmth in the cool desert night. It seems to be calling to you, promising comfort and rest, minus episode 8. Your feet, seeming to have a mind of their own, begin to carry you away from the center of the plaza and toward that single, gentle point of light. The fire is small, a contained and respectful presence in this vast, ancient space. As you approach, a figure seated by the fire turns his head. He is an old man, a member of the local Bedouin tribe whose ancestors have known this valley for centuries. His face, illuminated by the flickering flames, is a beautiful map of a life lived under the sun and stars, etched with deep, kind lines. He doesn't say a word, but he gives you a slow, gentle nod and gestures with an open hand toward a space on the woven rugs beside him. It is a universal invitation, an offer of warmth and companionship in the cool desert night. You feel any lingering apprehension dissolve, replaced by a simple, profound sense of gratitude. You walk the final few steps and ease yourself down onto the rugs. They are thick and surprisingly soft, their intricate geometric patterns warm to the touch. The heat from the fire immediately begins to seep into your bones, chasing away the desert chill that had begun to settle on your shoulders. You are close enough to feel its warmth, but far enough away that it is a comforting caress, not an overwhelming heat. The fire crackles and spits softly, a tiny, domestic sound that feels grounding after the immense, silent spectacle of the Treasury. The old man, your silent host, begins to prepare tea. The movements are slow, practiced and imbued with a quiet ritualism that is mesmerizing to watch. He takes a small, blackened kettle and places it directly on the glowing embers at the edge of the fire. He unstucks a bundle of fresh mint leaves from a cloth bag, and the night air is suddenly filled with their sharp, clean, wonderful scent. He adds these to the kettle, followed by a generous amount of sugar. You simply watch, feeling the peaceful rhythm of his actions. There is no need for words. The shared warmth of the fire, the vast, starry sky above, and the silent, majestic presence of the Treasury standing guard in the background are all the conversation you need. When the tea is ready, he pours it not into mugs, but into small, delicate glasses. He holds the kettle high, letting the amber liquid fall in a long, graceful stream, creating a thin layer of froth on the surface. He hands a glass to you. It is hot to the touch, and you cradle it in both hands, letting its warmth seep into your palms. You raise the glass and take a sip. It is incredibly sweet, intensely minty, and deeply comforting. It tastes like hospitality itself, a welcome distilled into a single, perfect drink. Use it there in comfortable silence, sipping your tea and gazing at the fire. The flames dance and sway, casting long, moving shadows against the nearby rock face. In the quiet, you notice the other sounds of the night, the soft, contented sigh of a camel settling down for the night nearby, the almost inaudible rustle of the old man's robes as he shifts his position, and beyond that, the deep, resonant silence of the desert. Your host finishes his tea, places the glass quietly on a small wooden tray, and then turns his gaze to you. His eyes seem to hold the wisdom of the desert itself. And then, in a low, gentle voice, a voice that is as soft and weathered as old leather, he begins to speak. He has sensed, perhaps, that you are not just a tourist, but a listener, someone who has come here to understand the spirit of the place. And so he decides to share a small piece of it with you. He doesn't tell you about history, or dates, or kings. He tells you a story, a small, local legend that has been passed down through his family for generations. Long ago, he begins, his voice a low murmur. Before the city was as you see it, the jinn of this mountain, the powerful spirits of the rock, were jealous of the water. They kept it locked away deep within the stone. The people and their animals were thirsty, but the jinn would not share. One day, a clever woman, a weaver of goat-hair tents, noticed that one particular goat in her flock would always wander away and return with its beard wet, even on the driest of days. So one morning she tied a very long, brightly colored thread, a thread from her own loom, to the goat's collar and let it wander off. She sat and fed the thread out slowly, for hours. Finally, the goat returned, its beard wet as always. The woman followed the thread. It led her deep into a hidden cleft in the rock, a place no one had ever thought to look. And there, at the end of the thread, was a small, hidden spring, a place where water wept from the stone. This was the gift of the goat, and the beginning of all the water channels you see today. The old man falls silent, his story finished. It is a simple tale, a gentle fable, but it feels more true and more profound than any historical fact. It speaks of observation, of cleverness, and of the bond between humans and their animals. He seems to know that you are ready for rest. He gestures toward a part of the open sided tent where several thick blankets and woven rugs have been piled, creating a soft, inviting bed. "Sleep well," he says softly, the only 2 words of English he has spoken. You thank him with a nod and a smile and make your way to the offered bed. You lie down, pulling a warm, heavy wool blanket over you. The comfort is absolute. From your resting place, you have a perfect, unobstructed view through the opening of the tent. Your eyes are met with one of the most magnificent sights in the world. The massive, moonlit facade of the Treasury, standing like a silent, eternal guardian against the backdrop of a billion stars. You feel completely safe, completely cared for. The fire has burned down to a bed of soft, glowing embers, its gentle warmth still reaching you. The sweet taste of mint tea lingers on your tongue. The old man's quiet story echoes in your mind. You watch the stars, so clear and bright in the unpolluted desert air. You watch the timeless silhouette of the great stone monument. And in this place of profound peace and simple comfort, you feel your eyelids grow heavy, your breath deepens, and you surrender to the gentle pull of sleep. Here, at the heart of the lost city, minus episode 9, you wake not to a sound, but to a feeling, a subtle shift in the quality of the silence, a change in the temperature of the air. You stir from a deep and restorative sleep, the comforting weight of the wool blanket still over you. For a moment, you are suspended in that peaceful, placid state between dreaming and wakefulness, unsure of where you are. The gentle, imagined story of a goat and a weaver's thread still echoes faintly in your mind. Then you open your eyes. The first thing you see is the familiar, intricate pattern of the woven goat minus hair tent above you. The second is the immense, dark silhouette of the Treasury, framed perfectly by the tent's opening. And you remember, you are in Petra. You push yourself up into a sitting position, careful not to make a sound. The air is at its coldest now, in the deep, dark moments just before the dawn. It is a pure, clean, and intensely crisp cold that feels invigorating. You pull the blanket around your shoulders and quietly slip out of the tent. Last night's fire is nothing but a circle of soft, gray ash. Your Bedouin host is still asleep, a still form wrapped in blankets a short distance away. The entire world seems to be holding its breath. The moon has set, and the sky is a dark, star-minus saturated canopy, more brilliant than ever just before it fades. You find a comfortable spot on a smooth, cool rock facing the Treasury, and you wait. You are about to witness a quiet, daily miracle, a performance of light and stone that has been staged here every single cloudless morning for 2,000 years. The Treasury is a silent actor, waiting in the darkness for its cue. In the deep, pre-minus dawn gloom, it is almost a solid black shape, its intricate details and rosy color completely hidden, absorbed by the shadows. It is a sleeping giant. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the eastern sky behind the high cliffs begins to change. The absolute black softens to a deep, velvety navy blue. Then, a line of pale, ethereal light appears along the jagged ridge of the mountains high above. It is the first hint of the coming day. You watch this line of light widen, changing from violet to a soft, promising lavender. Still, No direct sunlight has reached the valley floor. The plaza remains in deep shadow, and the Treasury remains a dark, sleeping silhouette. You wait. The silence is profound. And then it happens. The sun crests the mountain ridge, and a single, pure, focused stray of golden light, the very first light of the new day, shoots across the sky and strikes the very highest point of the monument. It illuminates the stone urn at the top of the facade, the one that legends claimed was filled with gold. In an instant, the urn is transformed. It ignites, blazing with a brilliant, fiery light, as if it truly were forged from solid, polished gold. It hangs there, suspended in the cool, dark air, a beacon of impossible brightness against the sleeping rock face. For a long moment, this is the only point of light. The rest of the facade remains in shadow. Then, the sun continues its ascent, and the light begins its own slow, majestic journey down the face of the stone. This is not a sudden flood of illumination. It is a slow, deliberate ballet, a graceful cascade of light painting the rock from the urn. The light spills downward, catching the sculpted eagle below it. The eagle's outstretched wings are suddenly defined, brought to life from the shadow. Then the light fills the circular tholos, the hollowed minus-out temple in the center of the upper story. It continues to pour down, catching the eroded figures of the Amazon warriors, giving their powerful forms a definition they lacked in the flat moonlight. The light continues its descent, reaching the wide lower level. It touches the tops of the 6 great columns, and their ornate, leafy Corinthian capitals bloom into view, their intricate details suddenly sharp and clear. The beam of light widens as it moves, and now the entire top half of the Treasury is bathed in a warm, golden glow, while the bottom half still rests in the cool, blue shadow of the dawn. The contrast is breathtaking, and as the light touches the stone, it does more than just illuminate, it transforms. This is the moment when the color of the rock truly awakens. In the indirect, pre-dawn light, the sandstone had a cool, dusky, almost purple minus gray hue. But where the direct sunlight touches it, the stone blossoms into its true, vibrant color. It is a stunning, warm, rose minus red. It is not a flat pink, but a complex and living color, infused with streaks of apricot, orange and soft ochre. As the sunlight pours over it, the color seems to warm and deepen, becoming richer, more saturated. The sun climbs higher still, and the line between light and shadow moves down past the columns, across the entranceway, until the entire, magnificent facade is bathed in the golden light of the new morning. The monument, which a few moments ago was a flat, dark silhouette, now has incredible depth, life, and warmth. The shadows cast by the morning sun are long and sharp, chiseling out the details of the carvings with perfect clarity. The whole building seems to almost hum with a soft, radiant energy. It is no longer a sleeping giant, but a waking titan, greeting the day in a blaze of quiet glory. Use it there, wrapped in your blanket, having completely forgotten the cold. You have witnessed a silent, secret conversation between the sun and the stone. The magic, performative moment is over, replaced by the steady, clear light of a new day. A feeling of deep peace and quiet joy settles over you. It is a feeling of having been in exactly the right place at exactly the right time to see something beautiful and true. With a heart full of a quiet gratitude, you give a silent thank you to the sleeping guardian of this place. The day is new, and the rest of the city is waiting to be explored. You rise from your rock, fold the blanket neatly, and leave it where you found it. You turn your back on the now minus familiar face of the Treasury and begin to walk toward the wider part of the valley that opens up beyond the plaza, ready for the next chapter of your journey. Minus episode 10. You take one last, long look at the sun-drenched facade of the Treasury. The morning light has stripped away the ethereal mystery of the night and replaced it with a solid, tangible grandeur. You commit the sight to memory, a perfect image of golden minus red stone against a brilliant blue sky, and then you turn. Your journey must continue. The path that leads away from the Treasury Plaza is still a canyon, but its character is immediately different from the SIQ you traveled through to get here. This is the outer SIQ. The immense, claustrophobic walls have pulled back, opening up the space significantly. The path widens to become a broad, sandy avenue, and the sky above is no longer a narrow ribbon, but a generous expanse of blue. It no longer feels like a secret passage. It feels like a grand boulevard, the main artery leading into the city's heart. The morning sun streams into the canyon, and the air is filled with a bright, warm stillness. As you begin to walk, you become aware that you are not alone. On both sides of this wide avenue, carved into the sandstone cliffs, are the silent inhabitants of this eternal city. You have entered the street of facades. One after another they appear, dozens of them, massive, square-cut tomb facades, hewn directly from the living rock. They are lined up in an even rows, some at ground level, others perched higher up on the cliff face, like silent spectators in a grand theater. They lack the ornate, Greco-Roman flourishes of the Treasury. These are different. They feel older, more local, more distinctly Nabataean. Their scale is immense. Each facade is a monumental statement with a towering, dark doorway at its center that seems to lead into the very heart of the mountain. These doorways are so large they make you feel small, a temporary visitor in a city built for giants and for eternity. You walk slowly, your head tilted back, gazing up at this silent, cliff-side neighborhood. Your eyes are drawn to the decorative elements that crown the top of most of these tombs. It's a distinctive, repeating pattern, a kind of step design that looks like a small staircase ascending to the sky on either side of the roofline. This is known as a crow-step, or Assyrian, Syrian. It is a signature of Nabataean architecture, a symbol you will see again and again throughout Petra. Seeing them repeated here, in this vast necropolis, gives you a sense of a shared culture, a unified aesthetic that bound the people of this city together. You walk on, the sheer number of tombs beginning to make an impression on you. There are over 40 of them in this section alone. Some are simple, just the massive doorway and the crow-minus steps on top. Others are more elaborate, with carved pilasters framing the entrance or intricate patterns etched. You realize that this was a city planned for both the living and the dead, with equal care and grandeur given to each. This was not a graveyard tucked away out of sight. This was a prominent, proud display of lineage and the belief in an afterlife as real and as important as mortal life. This was a street of eternal homes. To truly understand, you decide to pause your walk and focus on just one. You choose a facade that is well-minus preserved, its lines still sharp, its surface relatively smooth. You stand before its towering entrance, a perfect, dark rectangle of shadow. The doorway is easily twice your height. You reach out and touch the stone beside it. It is warm from the morning sun, and the fine grit of the sandstone feels like potent ice dust under your palm. You try to imagine the immense labor, the sheer manpower and will required to carve such a structure with simple bronze and iron tools. You close your eyes and let your imagination step through that dark doorway. You do not picture a place of sorrow or decay. Instead, you remember what you have learned about the Nabataean way. You imagine a cool, quiet, rock-cut chamber. The air is still and smells of dry stone. There are no furnishings, save for stone benches carved directly from the walls. This was not just a place to lay a body to rest. This was a triclinium, a dining hall for the departed soul and their living family. You picture the family of the person entombed here, gathering in this chamber on special occasions. They would spread out thick woven rugs on the floor, light small oil lamps that cast a warm, flickering glow, and share a ritual meal. They would pour libations of wine, tell stories of their ancestor, and in doing so, keep their memory and their spirit alive. It was a place of connection, of lineage, of bridging the gap between the seen world and the unseen. A house for the soul, a place for communion, a home. The image gently fades, and you open your eyes looking at the dark doorway with a new sense of understanding. These are not just tombs. They are monuments to family, to memory, and to an unshakable faith in life's continuance. You resume your walk, feeling the sun grow warmer on your shoulders. The street of facades continues for some distance, a silent testament to a once-minus thriving civilization. The canyon begins to open up even more, the cliffs receding further. The path ahead curves gently to the right. As you follow the curve, your eyes are drawn past the last of the tomb facades to a new and startling sight in the distance. It is an unmistakable shape, one you recognize instantly. Yet its presence here is jarring and magnificent. It is the sweeping, semi-minus circular arc of a huge theater, its tiered seats rising in perfect concentric lines. But it is not built of separate stones. It appears to be carved, impossibly, directly out of the solid rock of a mountainside. The sight of it shifts something in your perception of this place. You have been walking through a city of the dead, a place of quiet remembrance and eternal rest. But a theater is for the living. It is for crowds, for performance, for laughter and for tears. It is a promise of a different kind of life here in Petra, a hint of the bustling, vibrant, civic world that lies just ahead. And so you turn your steps toward it, ready to explore the next chapter of the city's story. -6:10, 11:15. Episode 11. As you walk along the wide, sunlit path leading from the street of facades toward the distant theater, a thought from earlier in your journey drifts back into your mind. It's a quiet, persistent question that has been lingering in the back of your awareness. You think back to your first entry into the Siq, that magnificent, narrow fissure carved by the immense power of water. You remember the signs of ancient flash floods, the polished smoothness of the rock, and the deep, powerful cuts made by rushing torrents over millennia. And you wonder, how did the Nabataeans protect their sacred passage in the precious city beyond from that very same power? A single, violent flash flood, a common occurrence in these desert mountains after a winter storm, would have raged through the narrow Siq like a destructive serpent, tearing through the plaza, destroying the water channels, and flooding the city center. It seems like an obvious, fatal flaw in the city's design, yet Petra thrived for centuries. The solution, you realize, must exist somewhere. Driven by this gentle but insistent curiosity, you decide to pause your journey toward the theater. You turn around. Instead of entering the plaza in front of the Treasury, you notice a less trodden path branching off to the right. It leads away from the main thoroughfare, climbing slightly, seeming to lead back toward the high cliffs that form the entrance to the Siq. It feels like a service road, a path with a purpose known only to a few. You decide to follow it. The path is rockier here, less worn than the main routes. It winds upward, and soon you find yourself standing once again near the original mouth of the Siq, but from a higher vantage point. And it is here that you see something extraordinary. Bored directly into the solid sandstone mountain is the dark, arched entrance to a tunnel. It is clearly man-made. Its edges too precise to be natural. It is about the size of a modern railway tunnel, a yawning black hole that seems to lead nowhere. You step up to the entrance. A wave of cool air, much like the one you felt from the Siq itself, flows out to greet you. You peer inside. It is dark, but not completely. Far in the distance, you can see a small, bright circle of light the other end. With a sense of quiet adventure, you step inside. Immediately, you are back in a world of stone and shadow. The bright morning sun is extinguished, and the temperature drops by several degrees. The tunnel is roughly cylindrical, a near perfect tube carved through the heart of the rock. The air is still and smells of ancient dust and cool, damp stone. Your footsteps, which were muffled by the sand outside, now create soft, distinct echoes that seem to follow you down the passage. You trail your hand along the wall as you walk. Unlike the water-minus polished smoothness of the Siq, the walls here are rougher. You can feel a distinct, rhythmic pattern under your fingertips. They are the marks left by the chisels of the Nabataean miners, thousands upon thousands of small, parallel grooves that tell the story of the tunnel's creation. You can almost hear the ghost-minus sounds of their labor, the steady clink of metal on stone, a sound that must have echoed in this very tunnel for months, or even years, as they patiently chip their way through the mountain. You walk on, your eyes fixed on the growing circle of light at the far end. The journey through the tunnel, which is nearly 90 meters long, feels like a passage through time, a journey into the practical, problem-minus solving mind of the city as engineers. You are walking through an idea, a brilliant solution to a deadly problem. Finally, you emerge from the darkness and back into the warm daylight. You blink, your eyes adjusting to the brightness. And as they do, the full picture becomes stunningly clear. You are standing in the wide, dry riverbed, or wadi, that leads directly to the mouth of the Siq. But you are on the other side of a massive, man-minus made structure. It is what remains of an ancient dam. It is a thick, powerful wall of stone, expertly constructed to block the original path of the water, to stand directly in the way of any oncoming flood. And you understand everything. The tunnel you just walked through was not a passageway for people. It was a spillway, a diversion tunnel. You stand there, piecing together the sheer genius of the design. Imagine the scene. A fierce winter storm has broken over the mountains. A wall of brown, churning water, carrying rocks and debris, comes roaring down the wadi. But instead of entering the Siq, it smashes against this solid, unmoving dam. The water level rises rapidly, the immense pressure building. And then the water finds the only path available to it, the wide, dark mouth of the diversion tunnel you just walked through. The entire flood is funneled safely through the mountain, bypassing the sacred Siq in the city center completely, and emptying out into a different valley far down the line. It is a moment of quiet, profound revelation. You are overcome with a deep sense of admiration, not for a beautiful carving, but for a brilliant, life-minus, saving piece of practical planning. The Nabataeans didn't just react to their environment, they anticipated its dangers and engineered elegant, effective solutions. They respected the power of nature enough to know they could not stop it, so they found a way to politely, cleverly, guide it aside. This dam and tunnel, hidden away from the main tourist path, are in many ways more impressive than the grand facades. They are a testament to a deep, pragmatic wisdom. With this newfound respect for the city's unseen protectors, you turn and walk back through the cool, dark tunnel. The echo of your footsteps seems different now, imbued with a new understanding. When you emerge back onto the path leading to the city, you feel as though you have been let in on one of Petra's greatest secrets. You return to the main path, Your brief detour complete, you look ahead once more toward the distant, sunlit arc of the theater. The sight is still beautiful, but your perspective has deepened. You are now walking into a city that you know was not just beautiful, but also safe, secure, and brilliantly conceived by some of the ancient world's greatest engineers. Minus Episode 12. You leave the path of the hidden dam behind, your mind still marveling at the quiet ingenuity of the Nabataeans. You return to the main, sun-drenched avenue, and continue your walk toward the grand, curving structure that has been patiently waiting for you. The theater. As you draw closer, its sheer scale becomes more and more apparent. It is immense, a vast, sweeping circle of tiered seats that rises like a topographical map of a miniature mountain range. It is a familiar shape, a design perfected by the Greeks and enthusiastically adopted by the Romans, a symbol of civic life and public gathering found throughout the ancient world. But its presence here, in Petra, is rendered utterly unique and breathtaking by one simple fact. It is not a standing building. It has not been constructed stone by stone. It has been hewn, carved, and liberated directly from the solid rock of the mountainside itself. You stand at its base, at the edge of the flat, circular area of the orchestra, and you look up. The tiers of seats ascend steeply before you, a great stone bowl designed to hold thousands of people. And as you gaze upward, you notice a peculiar and fascinating detail, a detail that tells a story of cultural change and competing priorities. High up, on the upper levels of the seating area, the clean, curved lines of the theater are interrupted by the unmistakable, dark, rectangular doorways of older tombs. The Nabataean tombs you just saw on the street of facades. You realize with a sense of astonishment that when this theater was expanded to its current size, likely after the Romans annexed Petra in 106 AD, the architects simply sliced through a existing cemetery. The tombs were sacrificed for the sake of public entertainment. The eternal homes of the Nabataean dead were unceremoniously cut away to make room for the seats of the living. It is a powerful, silent statement in stone, the arrival of a new, Romanized era with its focus on grand, public spectacle, literally overriding the older, ancestral traditions of the Nabataeans. You begin to climb. You choose one of the steep stairways or vomitoria that divides the seating sections. The steps are high and worn, carved from the same bedrock as the seats they serve. The morning sun has been warming the stone for hours, and as you place a hand on the rock to steady yourself, you can feel a deep, pleasant warmth radiating into your palm. The climb is slow and rhythmic. With every tier you ascend, the world behind you opens up in a new and spectacular panorama. After the first few rows, you pause and look back. You can see the wide expanse of the outer res, IQ and the street of facades laid out below you like a map. From here, the monumental tomb entrances look like small, dark doorways in a cliff-side model. You climb higher. The air becomes breezier, and the view expands. Now you can see past the street of facades all the way back to the plaza in front of the Treasury, and even a glimpse of the dark, narrow slit of the Siq entrance. You can trace almost your entire morning's journey with a single glance. It gives you a new appreciation for the city's layout, for the way it slowly reveals itself to the visitor. You continue your ascent, finding a comfortable, meditative rhythm in your steps. Finally, about halfway up the vast seating area, you find a spot that feels right. You turn and carefully sit down on one of the ancient stone benches, the very same place a citizen of Petra might have sat nearly 2,000 years ago to watch a play. From here, the view is perfect. You look down upon the circular orchestra, the stage, and the ruins of the stage building, or Al-Khazneh behind it. The sense of peace is absolute. The theater is empty, save for you. The only sound is the gentle sigh of the wind as it sweeps across the vast bowl of stone. You lean back, resting against the tier behind you, and you close your eyes. You decide to conduct a small, quiet experiment. You listen. You try to imagine this place not as a silent ruin, but as a living venue. You do not picture a loud, boisterous Roman comedy or a bloody ethereal display. Instead, you imagine something softer, more fitting for this tranquil moment. Perhaps a traveling musician has come from Alexandria. You picture him standing alone in the center of the orchestra, holding a lyre. You imagine the first, soft notes he plucks from the strings, and you realize the acoustics are perfect. The sound, even a single, gentle note, would travel upward, reflecting off the smooth, hard surfaces of the stage building and the tiered seats, reaching you here, high up, with astonishing clarity. Every nuance, every subtle vibration would be delivered perfectly to your ear. Or perhaps you imagine a poet reciting verses not in Latin or Greek, but in the old Aramaic tongue of the Nabataeans. You imagine the soft cadence of his voice, the rhythm and meter of his words. He would not need to shout. He would only need to speak, and the theater itself would act as his amplifier, carrying his story to every single member of the audience. You take a deep breath, and in the profound silence you whisper a single word, "Hello," and you hear it. A soft, clear echo comes back to you from the stage below. Your own voice returned to you, a perfect tiny ripple in the immense quiet. In this moment, you feel a deep connection to the thousands of souls who have sat in this very place, who have listened and watched and felt the sun on their faces just as you are doing now. You are one in a long, unbroken line of spectators. After a long while, you open your eyes. The imagined sounds of the past fade away, replaced once more by the peaceful sigh of the wind. Your gaze lifts from the stage and looks forward, out over the city. From this high, commanding viewpoint, you can see the next stage of your journey laid out before you. Beyond the theater, the valley widens significantly, and stretching into the distance is a long, straight, magnificent avenue, paved with stone and once lined on both sides with towering columns. This is the Colonnaded Street, the true commercial and civic heart of Roman Petra. It is a clear, inviting path leading you deeper into the city's past, into the world of its merchants, its citizens, and its public life. The view from the theater is not just a beautiful vista, it is a map, showing you exactly where you need to go next. Minus episode 13, you make your way down from the high tiers of the theater, your mind still echoing with the imagined sounds of poetry and music. As you reach the bottom, you leave the steep, carved steps behind and find yourself back on the main, wide path that winds through the heart of Petra. The theater now stands behind you, a silent, curving mountain of stone. Ahead of you lies the avenue you saw from above, a clear, straight path inviting you forward. You take your first steps onto this new thoroughfare, and the world changes in a subtle but profound way. It changes under your feet. For most of your journey, you have been walking on the soft, yielding surfaces of the desert sand, fine gravel, and the worn, natural bedrock of the Siq. But here, you step onto something new. You step onto large, flat, meticulously laid paving stones. Though they are cracked in places and worn smooth by the passage of 20 centuries, their intention is unmistakable. This is an engineered road, a street. The solid, dependable feeling of the stone under your shoes marks a clear transition. You have left the world of sacred passages and necropolises behind. You are now entering the domain of civil society, of commerce, of the city's daily, vibrant life. This is the Colonnaded Street, the great central artery of Roman Petra. It stretches out before you for nearly half a kilometer, a wide, straight avenue pointing directly toward the city's main temples. You begin your walk, your pace slow and contemplative. The street is wide enough for several chariots to ride abreast, a testament to the grand scale on which it was conceived. Today, the street is a beautiful ruin. On either side of the paved way, you see the remnants of the magnificent columns that gave the street its name. Most are now just scattered drums, giant, circular sections of marble lying on their sides like massive stone beads from a broken necklace. Some have been partially erected, standing a few sections high, giving you a hint of their former glory. Only a few remain standing at their full, original height. Lonely sentinels of a lost era, their ornate capitals stark against the blue sky. You walk in the open sun, but you let your imagination perform a quiet act of reconstruction. You picture the street not as it is, but as it was in its prime, perhaps in the 2nd century AD. You imagine the columns not as scattered ruins, but as two proud and broken rows marching down the entire length of the street. Towering, magnificent columns of whitened pink marble, their leafy Corinthian capitals catching the light. And resting atop these columns, you imagine a massive wooden roof, creating a covered portico, a shaded walkway on both sides of the street. In your mind's eye, you step out of the sun and into the cool, deep shade of this portico. The air is immediately more pleasant. The paved walkway beneath the portico is smooth and clean, and you are no longer alone. You imagine the street filled with the gentle, humming pulse of a prosperous city. This is not a chaotic, noisy crowd, but the orderly, peaceful bustle of a mature civilization. You hear the soft murmur of conversations in a dozen different languages, the guttural Aramaic of the local Nabataeans, the formal Latin of a Roman administrator, the widespread Greek of merchants from across the empire, and perhaps the softer tongues of traders from Palmyra or the distant Arabian kingdoms. You hear the soft shuffle of leather sandals on stone. You see people strolling under the colonnade, shielded from the desert sun. A wealthy Nabataean merchant in his fine linen robes, discussing the price of incense with a visitor. A Roman legionary off duty, admiring the local craftsmanship. A group of children chasing a stray dog, their laughter echoing gently under the covered walkway. As you continue your slow, imagined stroll, you reflect on the powerful statement this street makes. Its design, the straight line, the uniform columns, the grand public scale, is distinctly Roman. It was built after Rome annexed the Nabataean kingdom, and it stamped a new, imperial order onto the city. It is a world away from the winding, organic mystery of the Nabataean Siq. The Siq was a journey of gradual revelation, a path that respected the natural contours of the rock. This street is a statement of human will, a rational, straight line carved through the landscape, designed for parades, processions, and the efficient flow of commerce. You ponder this layering of cultures. You imagine an Nabataean elder, someone who remembered Petra before the Romans came, walking this new, grand street for the first time. Did he feel a sense of loss for the older, more intimate city? Or did he feel a sense of pride, seeing his hometown transformed into a modern imperial capital, a jewel of the Roman East? Perhaps he felt a complex mixture of both. This street is a physical embodiment of that transition. It is the story of how a unique, independent desert kingdom was peacefully absorbed into the fabric of a global empire, blending its own ancient traditions with the powerful new culture from the West. Your walk has, until now, been focused on the grand sweep of the avenue itself. But now, your attention is drawn to the smaller details at its edge. You look past the line of ruined columns to the cliff face and the structures built against it. Here, you see a long, continuous series of dark, rectangular openings. They are carved into the rock or built from cut stone, and they are fronted by the shaded walkway of the portico. You realize what they are. These were the shops. This was the great shopping mall of the ancient world. Hundreds of small storefronts, each one a hub of commerce, each one selling goods from across the known world. The realization brings the street to life in a new way. It was not just a path. It was a destination, a place of business, of craft, of daily necessity and luxurious desire. Your curiosity is piqued. You find your gaze drawn to one specific dark opening. It is no different from the others, a simple, silent rectangle of shadow. But you feel an urge to know more, to understand what life was like not just on the grand street, but within these small, humble spaces. You decide to step away from the main thoroughfare, to cross the imaginary line where the columns once stood, and take a closer look. You are ready to move from the public promenade to the private world of a single shopkeeper. Minus episode 14, you step away from the sunlit center of the Colonnaded Street, moving into the cool, imagined shade of the ancient portico. You approach one of the many dark, rectangular doorways you identified as the city's shops. The one you choose is no different from its neighbors, a simple, unadorned opening in a wall of skillfully cut stone. It is small, an intimate space, perhaps only 3 paces wide and a few paces deep. The stone threshold is worn into a smooth, shallow curve, a silent testament to the countless feet that have crossed it over the centuries. Shopkeepers, customers, delivery boys, and curious travelers just like you. You stand at the entrance, on the line between the bright, public world of the street and the dark, private world of this small commercial space. The air that drifts out from within is cool and still. It is, of course, empty now. A silent, hollowed minus-out piece of the mountain. But this was once a place of vibrant life, a place with a purpose, a place filled with the sights, sounds, and smells of commerce. You decide to perform another act of quiet imagination. You close your eyes. You know that Petra's great wealth was built on the trade of luxury goods, most importantly, the fabled spices and incense of the South. So, you imagine that this was a spice shop. You stand at the threshold, and you breathe in, not the dry, dusty air of the present, but the rich, complex aroma of the past. At first you imagine the dominant scents, the ones that formed the foundation of Petra's economy. You imagine the deep, woody, and balsamic fragrance of frankincense. It's a clean, slightly citrusy scent, the sacred perfume that was burned in temples from Rome to Jerusalem. You picture the raw resin, small, tear-shaped, pearly-white lumps stored in a heavy linen sack in a cool corner of the shop. Then you imagine the scent of myrrh, the other great treasure of the ancient spice roots. It is a different kind of fragrance, more bitter, medicinal, and profoundly earthy. It smells of ancient history itself, a scent used not just in perfumes, but in holy oils and sacred rites. The two fragrances, frankincense and myrrh, mingle in the air of your imagination, creating a base note of pure, ancient sanctity. But this was a global trading hub, so you imagine other, more exotic aromas joining the mix. You imagine the warm, sweet and woody scent of cinnamon bark, brought by sea and land all the way from the distant island of Sri Lanka. You can almost feel its comforting warmth. Then comes the sharp, pungent, and almost fruity kick of black peppercorns, the coveted spice from the Malabar coast of India, a single sack of which was worth a fortune. Its fiery scent cuts through the sweet aromas, adding a jolt of energy. And there would have been local products, too. You imagine the scent of dried desert herbs, bundled and hung from the ceiling. the clean, slightly astringent smell of sage, the robust, earthy fragrance of wild thyme and oregano. These scents of the surrounding mountains would have mingled with the exotic treasures from afar, creating a unique and unforgettable perfume, an aromatic map of the world concentrated in this one small, stone-walled shop, with the scent so vividly established in your mind. The rest of the scene begins to materialize. You imagine the shop's interior. It is cool and dark, a welcome escape from the desert sun. The walls are bare stone, with shelves carved directly into the rock. On these shelves sit clay jars of all sizes, corked to preserve the freshness of the spices within. Linen and leather bags, plump with their precious contents, are stacked neatly on the floor. In the center of the shop, you picture the shopkeeper. He is a quiet Nabataean man, his hands stained with the dust of various spices. He sits on a low wooden stool, not actively calling for customers, but waiting with a patient, dignified calm. Now, a customer enters, ducking under the low doorway. Perhaps she is the wife of a Roman centurion. Her fine linen stole laced are quite against the shop's dim interior. She has come for frankincense for her personal household shrine. She does not speak the shopkeeper's Nabataean Aramaic, and he speaks little of her Latin, but they communicate easily in the common language of the Eastern Empire. Their exchange is quiet and respectful. She points to the sack of pale resin ears. The shopkeeper gives a nod. He reaches for a beautiful object. Sitting on the counter, a small balance scale made of polished bronze. On one side, he places a small, smooth, polished stone weight. On the other, he carefully, with a small bronze spoon, begins to place the frankincense stairs. One by one, he watches the arm of the scale with intense concentration. The only sounds are the soft rustle of the resin in the sack, the delicate clink of the spoon against the bronze pan, and the almost imperceptible creak of the scale as it balances. Finally, the two sides are level. The transaction is fair. He carefully funnels the fragrant resin into a small cloth bag and hands it to her. She, in turn, places a few silver coins in his outstretched palm. There is a soft murmur of thanks, a nod of mutual respect, and the customer leaves, her errand complete. The imagined scene fades. You are left standing at the threshold of the empty, silent shop. The rich, phantom scents of the past dissipate, replaced once more by the clean, dry air of the desert. And now, having imagined those pungent, dry spices, you become aware of a gentle thirst, a desire for the coolness of fresh water and the refreshing shade of green living things. Your focus has been on this small, enclosed space for some time. Now, you lift your gaze. You look away from the humble shop and further down the grand Colonnaded Street. Your eyes scan past the endless row of similar storefronts and are drawn to a large, open area on the left side of the street. It is a vast complex of ruins with hints of fallen pavilions, grand staircases, and what looks like it might have been a garden. It feels like a place that would have required a great deal of water to sustain. It feels like an oasis, and you feel a natural pull to walk toward it, to search for the memory of life minus giving water in this city of stone. Minus episode 15. You follow the gentle pull of your curiosity, leaving the shaded portico of the shops and crossing the wide, sunlit expanse of the Colonnaded Street. Ahead of you on the left, a grand, monumental staircase rises from the street level. The steps are wide and inviting, clearly designed to welcome the public into a space of great importance. This is the entrance to the vast complex known today as the Great Temple. You begin your ascent. The stone steps are worn and weathered, but they still possess a sense of their original grandeur. As you climb, you leave the commercial bustle of the main street behind, entering a precinct that feels more stately, more peaceful, more dedicated to public and spiritual life. When you reach the top of the stairs, you find yourself on a wide open terrace. This is the lower precinct of the temple complex, and your first impression is one of vast, open space. Today, the ground is a mix of dust, sand, and the beautifully preserved remains of a hexagonal pavement. But you can see the evidence of something more. You see the clear outlines of large, shallow, rectangular basins. You see the intricate, carefully constructed stone water channels snaking their way across the courtyard. And you understand, this was not just a stone plaza. This was a water garden. You close your eyes for a moment, and once again you let the past bloom in your imagination. The dust in ruins dissolve, replaced by a vision of stunning, life minus giving beauty. In your mind's eye, the shallow basins are now pools, filled to the brim with clear, shimmering water. The morning sun glints off the surface, casting dancing reflections onto the surrounding walls and columns. The water is not stagnant, it is constantly, gently moving. You can hear the soft, pleasant sound of small fountains, water bubbling up from the center of the pools and splashing back down. A sound that is the very definition of luxury in a desert land. You imagine the stone water channels are also full, carrying a steady, quiet stream of water from some unseen source, feeding the pools and irrigating the garden beds that surround them. And what a garden it must have been. You picture the plots of rich, dark earth, a stark and fertile contrast to the pale sun of the surrounding desert. And in this earth you imagine a profusion of life. You picture shady date palms, their fronds rustling gently in the breeze, offering cool, dappled shade to those who came to rest here. You imagine flowering oleander bushes, with their vibrant pink and white blossoms adding splashes of delicate color against the red rock of the city. Perhaps there were fruit trees as well, hardy fig trees with their broad, hand-shaped leaves, or pomegranate trees, their bright red, globe-like fruits hanging like jewels among the green foliage. And surely, there would have been flowers, chosen for their fragrance as much as their beauty. You imagine the sweet, intoxicating scent of jasmine, especially strong in the cool evening air, mingling with the clean, fresh smell of damp earth and blooming roses. This was a true oasis, a carefully cultivated paradise hidden within the city of stone. It was a public space, a place for citizens to come and escape the heat of the day, to meet with friends, to sit by the cool water and simply be. You can imagine the scene: an old man sitting on a stone bench in the shade of a palm tree, a group of off-duty Roman soldiers sharing a quiet joke by a fountain, a young couple walking hand along the water channels, their reflections moving with them in the pools below. You find a place in your own imagination to rest. You choose a stone bench near the edge of one of the largest reflecting pools. Use it, and you let the imagined sensory details wash over you. You feel the coolness of the air near the water. You listen to the gentle, rhythmic splash of the fountains, a sound that is both soothing and invigorating. You watch the small, colorful birds that would have been drawn to this source of water, flitting between the trees. You breathe in the complex, beautiful perfume of the gardenia mixture of blossoms, green leaves, and wet earth. You realize that this garden was as much a statement of power and wealth as any grand tomb. To create and maintain such a lush, water-intensive space in the middle of the desert was an incredible feat of engineering and a display of almost unimaginable luxury. It was a symbol of the Nabataeans' ultimate achievement, their mastery over water. It was a way of showing the world that in Petra, not only could they provide enough water for tens of thousands to drink, but they had such an abundance that they could create a paradise of pure aesthetic beauty. This was a garden built to delight the senses and soothe the soul, and in your mind you feel your own soul being soothed. You feel the tension leave your body as you sit on this imaginary bench. The gentle sounds of the water seem to wash away your worries. The beauty of the flowers fills you with a sense of simple, quiet joy. For a few long, peaceful moments, you are simply a resident of this ancient city, enjoying a tranquil morning in its most beautiful public park. As you sit there, resting in this mental oasis, your eyes drift from the pools and trees of the lower precinct up toward the main temple structure, which rises on a higher terrace just ahead. Your gaze is drawn to a specific part of the upper level, to what looks like a small, roofed theater or assembly hall within the temple itself. And through the ruined arcades you can see that the floor of this interior space is paved with something different, something intricate and beautiful. A pattern of 1,000 interlocking shapes. Your curiosity, now rested and refreshed, is piqued once more. You feel a gentle urge to rise from your bench and climb to the upper level, to get a closer look at this small, exquisite detail in this vast and wonderful place. -11:15, 16:20, episode 16. You rise from your imagined resting place in the garden, the serene feeling of the cool, watery oasis still lingering in your mind. You leave the lower precinct of the great temple behind, drawn upward by the promise of that intricate pattern you spotted from below. You climb another, smaller flight of wide, stone steps, ascending to the upper terrace where the main temple buildings once stood. Here, the scale feels different once again. It is more enclosed, more formal. Towering columns, some still standing, some now just carefully Re-stacked drums, surround you. You are now standing at the entrance to what archaeologists believe was a theatron, not a large, open Monastery theater for public plays like the one you visited earlier, but a smaller, more intimate, roofed assembly hall. Perhaps it was a Bouillotrion, where the city council met to debate matters of state. Or perhaps it was a place for more intimate musical performances or philosophical lectures. Its exact purpose is a gentle mystery, but its importance is clear from the sheer elegance of its design. You step into the space, and your gaze is immediately drawn downward, captivated by the floor. It is here that you find the source of the beautiful pattern you saw from the garden. The entire floor of this grand hall is not paved with simple flagstones or earth, but with thousands of interlocking hexagonal pavers. They are crafted from a pale, almost white limestone, and their bright, clean color creates a stunning contrast with the warm, rose-red sandstone of the surrounding columns. The effect is immediate and breathtaking. It is a vast, frozen honeycomb of stone. You take a few slow steps out onto the pavement. The surface is remarkably smooth and level under your feet, a testament to the skill of its makers. You begin to walk slowly across the floor, your eyes tracing the intricate, mesmerizing pattern. The hexagons fit together with a geometric perfection that is deeply satisfying to behold. Each 6-sided tile is a perfect mirror of its neighbors, creating a seamless, endlessly repeating design that feels both complex and wonderfully simple. There are no gaps, no mistakes, just a quiet, mathematical harmony that speaks of order, reason, and a profound appreciation for beauty in its purest form. You stop in the center of the hall and look down at the pattern directly beneath your feet. You see how 6 tiles meet at every single point, their vertices converging with a precision that modern machinery would be proud of. It is a pattern found in nature, in the cells of a beehive, in the structure of a snowflake, in the molecular lattice of crystals. It is a pattern of maximum strength and perfect efficiency, and seeing it here, rendered on such a large scale in solid stone, feels like uncovering a deep, fundamental truth about the world. To create such a floor was an immense undertaking. It was not necessary. A simple rectangular pavement would have served the purpose just as well. But the builders of this place chose not just function, but also exquisite form. They chose to create something that was not just to be walked upon, but to be admired, to be contemplated, to elevate the spirit of anyone who entered this hall. You crouch down, bringing your perspective closer to the level of the floor. You focus on a single hexagonal paver. It is about the size of a dinner plate, its edges sharp and clean. You run a finger along the fine line of mortar that separates it from its neighbors. And as you do, you let your mind drift back once more. Not to imagine a king or a priest, but to imagine the person who made this single stone tile. You picture an artisan, a stonemason, in his dusty workshop somewhere in the city 2,000 years ago. He is not a famous man. His name is not recorded in any history book, but he is a master of his craft. You see him with a block of pale limestone, carefully measuring the angles, marking the 6 sides with a piece of charcoal. You imagine the simple tools he would have used: a bronze saw, a set of iron chisels, a wooden mallet, and measuring tools based on plumb lines and squares. You imagine the patience required, the slow, rhythmic work of sawing through the stone, the careful, precise taps of the mallet on the chisel to get the angles just right, the final laborious process of rubbing the stone with sand and water to achieve its smooth, almost polished finish. He would have done this not just once, but thousands of times, creating each paver with the same exacting standard of quality. You picture his hands, strong and calloused, but steady and sure. You imagine his deep focus, his entire world narrowing down to the single piece of stone in front of him. There is no sense of rush, only a dedication to the slow, meditative process of creation. He was not just making a floor tile. He was participating in the creation of a sacred space. He was embedding his skill, his patience, and his quiet pride directly into the fabric of the city. He was creating a small piece of perfection. You stand up, a new sense of appreciation filling you. You are no longer just seeing a beautiful floor. You are seeing the collective effort of dozens of anonymous, dedicated artisans, each one a master of their trade. This hexagonal pavement is their legacy, a quiet but powerful tribute to the human desire to create order and beauty in the world. Your gaze now lifts from the floor, from this perfect, small detail, and looks out from the high terrace of the great temple. You look past the imaginary garden, past the ruins of the lower precinct, and back out toward the Colonnaded Street. From this elevated vantage point, your eyes can follow the great Roman avenue all the way to its termination point in the distance. You see that the street does not simply end. It flows into a grand, semi-circular space, dominated by what must have been another monumental public structure. It seems to be the focal point of the entire street, a grand finale. And standing here, having just imagined the lush gardens and pools, you sense that this distant place must also have been connected to the city's most vital resource, its water. Your curiosity, having been satisfied by the small detail of the floor, is now drawn to this new, grand question at the end of the street. Episode 17. You leave the serene geometric perfection of the great temple's upper terrace behind, carrying with you a quiet appreciation for the artisans who built it. You descend the monumental steps and find yourself once more on the Colonnaded Street. You turn right and begin the final stretch of your walk down this great historical avenue. The end of the street, which you saw from above, is now your clear destination. As you walk, you feel a sense of purpose, a feeling that you are approaching a grand finale. The colonnades on either side, even in their ruined state, seem to guide you forward, funneling your perspective toward the street's termination point. You pass the last of the ruined shops and public buildings, and you arrive. You are standing in a wide, semi-circular public square. This is where the great street, the city's very spine, concludes its journey. Before you are the ruins of what was once one of the most magnificent public structures in Petra. Today, all that remains is a raised stone platform, the curved foundations of a massive wall, and a scattering of fallen architectural fragments. It takes imagination to see it now. But this was the site of the city's Nymphaeum, its grand public fountain. You stand in the center of the square, and you begin the work of gentle reconstruction in your mind. You look at the curved foundation, and you imagine a towering, concave wall rising from it, perhaps 2 stories high. You picture it faced with gleaming marble, adorned with a series of ornate niches and classical columns, much like the facade of a Roman theater. In each niche you imagine a graceful statue, perhaps of water nymphs, the mythological spirits of springs and streams, or of the gods and goddesses associated with water and civic prosperity. But the architecture, however grand, was only the stage. The main performer was the water itself. You close your eyes and listen past the silence of the present day, listening instead for the sounds of the past. You imagine water, brought here through a complex and ingenious network of channels and pipes, gushing forth from multiple spouts carved into the decorative wall. This was not a simple, single jet of water. It was a cascade, a symphony of moving water designed to impress and delight all the senses. You imagine water pouring from the mouths of sculpted lion heads, spilling from overflowing urns held by stone nymphs, and cascading from one tiered marble basin to the next. The air here would have been filled with the constant, soothing, and powerful sound of splashing, flowing, and falling water. This sound would have echoed down the Colonnaded Street, a constant reminder of the city's wealth and its mastery over the desert environment. It would have been the sound of the city's watery heart, beating strong and clear. The air here would have been different too. It would have been cool and humid, filled with a fine, refreshing mist from the spray of the fountains. On a hot desert afternoon, this square would have been the most sought-after place in the entire city. A public air conditioner powered by gravity and Nabataean genius. Citizens would have gathered here to cool off, to fill their household jars with fresh water, to meet with friends, and to simply sit and listen to the music of the cascade. Your imagination has rebuilt the stone and summoned the water. But as you stand in this vibrant mental space, your attention is drawn to one element that exists in both the past and the present. It is the only living thing in the square, growing right beside the ruins of the Nymphaeum. Its roots intertwined with the ancient foundations is a single, magnificent tree. It is a juniper, gnarled and weathered, its trunk thickened, twisted like a powerful arm, its bark a rough, fibrous tapestry of gray and brown. It is ancient. You learn that this very tree is estimated to be over 450 years old. The thought is staggering. This tree was just a small sapling in the 16th century, when Petra had already been a lost city to the Western world for more than 300 years. When Shakespeare was writing his plays, this tree was putting down its first deep roots. It has stood here, a silent, living witness, through the final centuries of the Ottoman Empire. through the arrival of the first European explorers like Burckhardt, and through the entire modern history of archaeology that has slowly uncovered the city around it. Its roots, for hundreds of years, would have drawn life from the moist soil and the residual water that still gathered around the foundations of the dismantled fountain. You feel an irresistible pull to walk over to it. You leave the center of the square and stand beneath its sprawling branches. They offer a real, tangible shade, a welcome relief from the morning sun. You reach out and place your hand on its trunk. The bark is rough and deeply grooved, like the wrinkled skin of an ancient, sleeping giant. It feels solid, permanent. You feel a connection, not just to the imagined past of 2,000 years ago, but to the more recent, yet still long, history that this tree has patiently observed. It has watched as the city around it slowly transformed from a forgotten, St-filled ruin into the world-renowned wonder it is today. It is the quiet keeper of the Nymphaeum's memory. You stand under the shade of this ancient juniper, this living monument, and you look back at the grand fountain you have built in your mind. The imagined sight is spectacular. The sound of the water a beautiful symphony. And a final, practical question forms gently in your awareness. The gardens of the great temple, the reflecting pools, and now this enormous, constantly flowing public fountain. The sheer volume of water required is immense. You have seen the channels in the Siq that brought water into the city. But how did it all work? How was the water distributed with enough pressure to power a fountain like this? How was this intricate circulatory system, this network of stone and ceramic arteries, actually constructed? Your curiosity shifts from the grand public displays of water to the quiet, hidden mechanics that made it all possible. Minus episode 18. You stand for a moment longer under the ancient, whispering branches of the juniper tree, the imagined sounds of the grand Nymphaeum still echoing in your mind. The question of how this was all possible, the gardens, the pools, the fountains, has now taken root. It is no longer a fleeting thought, but a quiet, compelling quest. You feel a desire to understand the hidden infrastructure that lay beneath the city's magnificent surface, the circulatory system that nourished its heart. You leave the shade of the tree and the memory of the fountain behind. You begin to walk back along the Colonnaded Street, but your perspective has changed. You are no longer looking up at the grand facades and ruined columns. Instead, your gaze is directed downward. You are scanning the edges of the street, the places where modern archaeology has peeled back the layers of time, looking for a clue, for a glimpse of the city's secret plumbing. You walk slowly, your eyes searching the excavated areas alongside the paved stones. You pass the foundations of ruined buildings and the bases of fallen columns, and then you find it. In a carefully preserved archaeological trench, protected by a simple rope barrier, a section of the city's subterranean network has been left exposed for all to see. You approach with a sense of quiet excitement, the feeling of a detective about to find a crucial piece of evidence. And there it is. Lying in the earth is a line of interlocking, reddish-brown terracotta pipes. You crouch down for a closer look, your mind fully engaged. You see a series of ceramic tubes, each perhaps 1.5 feet long. They are elegant in their simplicity. One end of each pipe is wider, with a slight flare, like the bell of a trumpet. The other end is narrower, designed to fit snugly into the bell-shaped opening of the next pipe in the series. You can see the remains of the mortar, a type of waterproof cement that was used to seal the joints, ensuring not a single precious drop of water was lost to leakage. You reach out, not to touch the ancient artifacts, but to hover your hand just above them. You can almost feel the cool, earthy texture of the fired clay. You imagine the potters who made them sitting at their wheels, shaping the wet, pliable clay with skilled hands, creating thousands upon thousands of these identical, functional, and yet strangely beautiful objects. Each pipe was a small, humble component, but when joined together, they formed a system of immense power and importance. You can see how this ceramic artery would have run beneath the entire length of the street, a hidden river flowing right under the feet of the city's inhabitants. As you continue to study this exposed section, you begin to appreciate the true genius of the system. You recall what you learned earlier at the hidden dam about the Nabataeans' mastery of water. But this system reveals an even deeper level of understanding. This was not just a simple channel to transport water from point A to point B. This was a sophisticated, pressurized water main, a system that would not be matched in complexity in Europe for another 1,000 years. You begin to understand the mechanics in your mind. The Nabataean engineers knew that bringing water down from the mountain springs over a long distance would create immense pressure. A simple open channel would be inefficient, and a simple enclosed pipe could easily burst. So, they developed an ingenious solution that required no moving parts, no complex machinery, only a profound understanding of physics. They controlled the water pressure by meticulously controlling the slope and the diameter of the pipes. You look at the pipes before you and imagine the entire system. In sections where the downward slope was gentle, they could use wider pipes, allowing for a large volume of water to flow smoothly. But in sections where the terrain became steeper, where gravity would cause the water to accelerate and the pressure to build to dangerous levels, they did something brilliant. They would strategically insert a series of pipes with a narrower diameter. It's a principle of hydraulics that seems counter-intuitive at first. By forcing the same amount of water through a narrower opening, you increase its speed, but you cleverly decrease the static pressure exerted on the pipe walls, preventing them from bursting. Then, once the terrain leveled out again, they would switch back to wider pipes. They were, in essence, fine-tuning the pressure of the entire city's water supply simply by choosing which size of pipe to lay next. It was an elegant, silent, and incredibly effective solution. Furthermore, you learned that this was not just a single, straight line. At various points along the network, there would have been reservoirs on settling tanks. These were large, cistern-like basins where the water would slow down, allowing any sand or sediment to settle at the bottom before the cleaner water flowed on. This ensured that the water arriving at the Nymphaeum to splash in the fountains, or at a private villa to be drawn from a well, was not gritty desert water but clear, fresh and pure. You stand up slowly, your mind filled with a deep and satisfying sense of clarity. The city now feels more complete to you. You understand not just its beautiful face, but its brilliant inner workings. You can now picture it all. The dam diverting the floods, the main channels in the Siq bringing the water in, and this complex, pressurized network of terracotta pipes distributing it to every corner of the city. You understand how the gardens of the great temple remained lush and green, and how the grand Nymphaeum could afford to splash water day and night as a magnificent display of civic pride. With this practical, grounding knowledge, you feel a desire to return your focus to the life of the city itself. You have seen its tombs, its public spaces, its engineering marvels. Now you want to synthesize it all, to return to the heart of the Colonnaded Street and once more imagine it not as a collection of separate wonders but as a single, living, breathing entity. You want to imagine the marketplace, not just a single shop, but the entire bustling, peaceful ecosystem of trade and daily life. Now that you understand the hidden magic that made it all possible, minus episode 19, you stand once more in the heart of the Colonnaded Street. You have seen its ruins, you have walked its length, and you have uncovered its hidden secrets. You understand now how the water flowed to nourish it, how the porticos offered shade, how the small shops on its flanks were the engines its economy. You have all the pieces, and now you are ready to assemble them into a single, living picture. You stand still in the center of the wide, paved avenue under the warm morning sun. You take a slow, deep breath, and as you exhale, you let the silence of the present day fade away. You let the ruins recede. You open your mind's eye, and you invite the past to return in its full, gentle glory. The first thing you notice is the sound. It is not loud or chaotic, but a low, continuous, and pleasant hum of human activity, like the gentle buzzing of a contented beehive. It is the sound of 1,000 quiet conversations, a soft tapestry of voices. You can distinguish the melodic, guttural tones of the local Nabataean Aramaic, the crisp, formal Latin of a passing official, and the ubiquitous, flowing Greek that served as the common language of trade throughout the entire Eastern world. The sounds blend together, a testament to the city's cosmopolitan spirit. Then, you begin to pick out more specific sounds from within the gentle hum. From one of the shops, you hear the soft, rhythmic clinking of a potter stacking his wares, delicate painted bowls and sturdy water jugs. Further down the street, a metalsmith is at work, and you hear the distant, musical tap minus tap of his hammer on bronze, a sound that is sharp yet somehow soothing in its regularity. You hear the soft shuffle of hundreds of leather sandals on the stone pavement, a sound like falling leaves. A donkey, tied patiently to a post, lets out a soft, gentle bray. There is no shouting, no haggling, just the peaceful, productive sounds of a city at work. Next, You layer in the smells. The air is no longer just dry and dusty. It is a rich and complex perfume. The exotic, sacred scents of frankincense, myrrh, and cinnamon still drift from the doorways of the spice shops, but now they mingle with other, more domestic aromas. You can smell the warm, delicious scent of freshly baked bread flatbreads, most likely being cooked on hot stones or in a clay oven in a small alleyway just off the main street. You imagine the smell of fresh produce piled high on a merchant's stall, the sweet, honeyed scent of ripe figs and dates, the sharp, clean smell of a crate of pomegranate, the earthy aroma of olives in a large clay jar. There is also the faint, dusty, animal smell of the camels and donkeys that are the lifeblood of the city estrade, a smell that is as much a part of this world as the stone itself. And underlying it all, carried on the gentle breeze, is the clean, cool, life-giving scent of fresh water from the Grand Nympha at the end of the street. With the sounds and smells now vividly established, you begin to see the people. The street is alive with them. You see a wealthy merchant, his robes made of fine, brightly colored wool, inspecting a bolt of shimmering silk from China, the fabric rippling like water in his hands. You see a Roman soldier, his polished armor gleaming in the sun, carefully examining the blade of a beautifully crafted Nabataean dagger, admiring its craftsmanship. You see a group of local women, their faces veiled, their quiet laughter shared as they examine a display of colorful glass jewelry from the workshops of Sidon and Tyre. You notice a caravan that has just arrived. The camels, magnificent and haughty, are kneeling on the ground, groaning softly as their heavy packs are unloaded. The caravan leader, a man with a deeply face and watchful eyes, oversees the process with a quiet authority. His men carefully lift the precious cargo sacks of spices, heavy rolls of carpet, crates of unknown treasures from the east. Each item represents a long and arduous journey, a story of deserts crossed and dangers overcome, all culminating in this peaceful moment of arrival in the bustling, secure marketplace of Petra. Your gaze drifts from one small scene to the next. You see a food vendor selling roasted nuts and dried fruits from a small cart. You see a storyteller with a small crowd of children gathered at his feet, their eyes wide as he recounts a well-known tale. You see a scribe sitting at a small wooden table, offering his services to those who need a contract written or a letter sent. Every aspect of human life is here, playing out in a calm and orderly fashion under the shade of the great colonnades. You stand there for a long time, an invisible, silent observer in the heart of this resurrected city. You feel its pulse. You understand now that Petra was more than just a collection of stunning monuments. It was a living, breathing organism, a place of immense beauty, yes, but also a place of hard work, of quiet faith, of human connection, and of peaceful, prosperous trade. It was a jewel made possible by the ingenuity of its engineers and the resilience of its people. After immersing yourself in this lively, detailed scene, you begin to feel a gentle shift in your awareness. The imagined bustle, as pleasant as it is, has served its purpose. You now feel a desire for a different perspective, a longing for the silence and solitude that is also a core part of Petra's identity. You wish to ascend once more, to look down upon this vibrant tapestry of life from a place of quiet contemplation. Your gaze lifts from the imagined crowd on the street and turns eastward, toward the immense cliff face that forms the eastern wall of the valley. High up on that cliff, catching the warm afternoon light, are the grand, imposing facades of the royal tombs. They beckon to you, promising a return to the silent, monumental world of the city's kings, offering a panoramic view and a deeper understanding of Petra's spiritual landscape. You feel the pull to begin that climb, to leave the marketplace behind and explore the city's most majestic and sacred resting places. Minus Episode 20, the lively, imagined pageant of the marketplace slowly dissolves, its colors and sounds fading like a pleasant dream upon waking. You are left once again in the profound and peaceful silence of the present day, standing on the ancient stones of the Colonnaded Street. The sun is high in the sky now, past its zenith, beginning its slow descent toward the western mountains. The air is warm and still. You feel a sense of deep, quiet satisfaction. You have spent the morning exploring the city's public heart, its grand avenues, its places of entertainment, its gardens, and its markets. You have gained a rich, layered understanding of the life that once thrived here. And now, a new chapter of your journey awaits: the ascent to the royal tombs, those magnificent facades carved high into the eastern cliff, which are now bathed in the golden light of the afternoon. But you feel no sense of urgency. The climb will be long, and the sun is still warm. You decide, with the quiet wisdom that this place seems to inspire, that a moment of rest is needed. Before the physical act of climbing, you will allow yourself a moment of stillness, a time to simply absorb the atmosphere and gather your energy. You walk away from the main thoroughfare, seeking a small pocket of shade and solitude. You find it at the base of the great eastern cliff, near the beginning of the path that leads upward. There a large, flat stopped boulder sits in the deep, cool shadow of a less grand, unnamed tomb facade. It looks like it was placed there for this very purpose, a natural bench for a weary traveler. You gratefully accept its silent invitation, easing yourself down onto the sun-warmed stone. You lean your back against the cool rock face behind you, take a sip of water, and you simply stop. You set no agenda. You have nowhere to be, nothing to do except to be here now. Your journey, for these moments, is not about walking, but about watching. From your vantage point, you have a perfect view across the valley. You can see the upper tiers of the theater, the ruins of the great temple complex, and the varied facades of the western cliffs. And as you sit there, you begin to watch a slow, silent, and majestic performance, a play of light and shadow directed by the sun. As the afternoon progresses, the sun moves slowly, almost imperceptibly, across the sky, but its effect on the landscape is profound. You watch as the shadows, like a tide of dark, cool water, begin to creep across the valley floor. A column that was, a moment ago, blazing in direct sunlight is now half in shadow. The entrance to a tomb on the far cliff, which was a dark void, is now suddenly illuminated as the sun finds a new angle, revealing the texture of the rock within. You watch the face of the theater. The sharp, crisp shadows of the morning that defined each row of seats have now softened and stretched. The entire structure seems to take on a gentler, more subdued character in the afternoon light. You watch as a vast, slow-moving shadow, cast by the very cliff you are resting against, begins its journey up the theater's stone tiers, slowly reclaiming them for the coolness of the shade. The colors of the sandstone also begin to shift. The pale, golden hues of midday begin to deepen and warm. The famous rose-red of the rock becomes richer, more saturated, taking on tones of burnt or Indian deep amber. It is as if the stones have been absorbing the sun's energy all day, and now, in the afternoon, they are beginning to radiate it back out in the form of pure, magnificent color. You lose all sense of time. There is only the slow, silent procession of light. The only sounds are the gentle sigh of the warm breeze as it moves through the valley, and the distant, lonely cry of a falcon circling high above in the endless blue sky. Your mind, which has been so active all day imagining, reconstructing, questioning, finally becomes still. You are not thinking about history or architecture or engineering. You are simply observing. You are a part of the landscape, as still and as patient as the stones around you. It is a deeply meditative state, a moment of pure presence. The rhythmic patterns of your own quiet breathing seem to fall into sync with the slow, steady rhythm of the moving shadows. After a long, indeterminate time, you feel a subtle shift within yourself. The slight weariness you felt after your morning's exploration has been replaced by a sense of calm, restored energy. The sun is noticeably lower in the sky now. The light has lost its midday harshness and has taken on a soft golden, almost syrupy quality. The fiercest heat of the day has passed, leaving behind a perfect, balmy warmth. You feel rested. You feel ready. Your gaze lifts from the valley floor and turns upward, toward the path that snakes its way up the cliff face beside you. It leads to the royal tombs, which are now fully illuminated, seeming to glow with an inner fire in the late afternoon sun. There is no sense of obligation, no feeling of a task to be completed. There is only a gentle, quiet pull, a simple, internal knowing that now is the time to begin the next ascent, the next phase of your pilgrimage. Slowly, deliberately, you get to your feet. You stretch your arms above your head, your muscles feeling loose and relaxed. You take one last look across the peaceful, shadow-draped valley. Then you turn your face toward the climb. The path looks steep, but you feel prepared. You take a final, deep, cleansing breath of the warm, dry air, and you take the first step upward. -16 2020 125 minus episode 21. You begin your ascent, The path that leads up the eastern cliff to the royal tombs is a mixture of ancient, carved stone steps and worn, sandy inclines. The climb is steady but not strenuous, and you quickly fall into a comfortable, rhythmic pace. With each step upward, your perspective shifts. The city center below, with its Colonnaded Street and great temple, shrinks a little, becoming a beautifully detailed map of your journey so far. As you climb the facades of the royal tombs, which seemed grand but distant from the valley floor, grow larger and more magnificent with every meter you gain. They are a quartet of monumental structures, carved side by side into the cliff face, each one vying with the next in grandeur. From this approaching perspective, they look less like tombs and more like the palaces of ancient kings, their ornate facades catching the warm, golden light of the late afternoon. You see the massive Corinthian tomb, its design echoing the Treasury but on a larger, more complex scale. Next to it, the sprawling palace tomb, so wide it looks like the front of a multi-story Roman palace. And at the far end, the stately urn tomb, perched high atop a man-made arched terrace. But as you draw closer, it is not the architecture that first captures your full attention. It is the color. Your gaze is pulled to a smaller facade, nestled between the grand Corinthian urn tombs. At first glance, it appears simpler in its design, a more modest structure. But its surface is a masterpiece. This is the Siq tomb. You find your steps slowing to a halt. You are utterly captivated. The rock face from which this tomb is carved possesses the most spectacular, the most vibrant, the most fluid display of natural color you have yet seen in Petra. It is as if the artist of the universe, having practiced on the swirling walls of the Siq, decided to create their magnum opus here. The name Siq tomb is perfect. The colors do not appear in neat, geological stripes. Instead, they flow and bleed into one another with the shimmering, iridescent quality of shot silk fabric. You watch, mesmerized as a deep, majestic band of royal purple swirls into a vein of fiery, sunset orange. A wash of the palest, softest rose minus pink is suddenly cut through with a dramatic, razor minus thin line of indigo blue. There are patches of soft, creamy yellow that blend seamlessly into a smoky, lavender gray. The patterns are fluid, organic, and endlessly fascinating. In one area, the colors form a series of soft, concentric ripples, as if a colored stone had been dropped into a pool of liquid rock. In another, they streak vertically, looking like a magnificent, multi-colored waterfall that has been frozen in time. The entire facade seems to shimmer and change as you shift your position, just as a piece of fine silk changes its hue as it moves in the light. This is not static color, it is a dynamic, living canvas. You feel an irresistible urge to get closer. You step off the main path and carefully make your way across the rocky ground to the base of the tomb. You stand directly before it, craning your neck to take in the full, stunning display. The afternoon sun hits the surface at an angle, intensifying the colors, making the purples deeper, the reds richer, the yellows more golden. It is almost too much to take in, a sensory overload of the most beautiful and gentle kind. You reach out your hand and press your palm flat against the rock. The stone is warm, saturated with the heat of the day. You can feel the fine, sandy grain of its texture. The physical sensation grounds you, reminding you that this impossible beauty is real. This is not a painted surface. It is not a dye or a fresco. This is the true, natural substance of the mountain itself. You are touching a solid, geological wonder, a product of minerals and pressure and hundreds of millions of years of deep, slow time. You are touching the very soul of the stone. You let your hand rest there for a long moment, feeling the warmth and the texture, trying to absorb the sheer beauty of the creation before you. It is a profoundly humbling experience. To think that such artistry exists purely by chance, a happy accident of geology, is staggering. It makes you feel both very small in the grand scheme of things, and also incredibly fortunate to be a witness to it. Reluctantly, you let your hand drop, but your eyes continue to feast on the colors. You trace the swirling patterns with your gaze, getting lost in their intricate, flowing dance. You could stand here for hours, simply watching as the changing light of the descending sun continues to alter the magnificent display. But another structure is calling to you. Your gaze drifts from the intense, concentrated beauty of the Siq tomb to its larger, more imposing neighbor on the right, the urn tomb. It is grander, more architectural, its facade carved with columns and pediments in a more classical style. But what truly captures your attention and invites you onward is not the tomb itself, but what it is built upon. You see that the entire tomb is perched on a high, massive terrace. This terrace is supported by a series of powerful, vaulted arches, a colossal man-made foundation built out from the cliff face. This creates a wide, open courtyard in front of the tomb's entrance, a grand stage set against the sky. This courtyard beckons to you, promising a commanding view over the city and a new space to explore. The Siq tomb was a private, intimate viewing of a natural masterpiece. The urn tomb promises something else entirely, a public, panoramic vista. And so, with one last appreciative glance at the impossible colors of the Siq stone, you return to the path and continue your climb. Episode 22. You leave the mesmerizing colors of the Siq tomb behind, continuing your journey upward. The path now becomes more structured, a formal staircase carved into the rock, leading you directly to the grand terrace of the urn tomb. To reach the courtyard, you must first pass through the immense substructure that supports it. You enter a series of cool, dark, vaulted chambers, their powerful stone arches holding the weight of the entire courtyard above you. The air is still and smells of ancient, dry stone. It feels like you are walking through the foundations of a castle, a place of immense strength and solid engineering. This brief passage through the darkness only serves to heighten the sense of anticipation for the lightened space that awaits you at the top. You emerge from the final archway, and you step out onto the terrace. The world opens up, You are standing in a vast, wide courtyard, paved with stone, with the colossal facade of the urn tomb to your back and a breathtaking panorama before you. The feeling of enclosure is completely gone, replaced by a sense of exhilarating exposure. The wind is stronger up here, a steady, gentle breeze that cools your skin and carries with it the clean, clear air of the mountains. You walk to the edge of the terrace and look out. The view is magnificent, perhaps the most commanding you have seen so far. From this elevated platform, you are no longer a participant in the life of the city, but an observer, gazing down upon it as if from the heavens. The entire city center is laid out beneath you like a perfectly rendered map. You can see the full length of the Colonnaded Street, now a pale, straight line drawn through the heart of the valley. You can see the ruins of the great temple complex, its terraces and imagined gardens now viewed from above. You can see the sweeping arc of the theater, its tiered seats looking like a small, delicate pattern from this height. You can trace the path of your entire journey, from the distant, hazy mountains that hide the Siq, through the street of facades, past all the places you have explored. It gives you a profound sense of the city's scale and its masterful layout. Nestled securely within the protective embrace of the mountains, you stand there for a long while, simply absorbing the view, feeling a sense of quiet power and profound peace. The Nabataean king or noble who was buried here chose his final resting place well. This was a view fit for royalty, a place to eternally watch over the magnificent city. It is a place that lifts you out of the intricate details of the streets and allows you to appreciate the grand, singular vision of Petra as a whole. After drinking in the panorama, you finally turn your attention to the tomb itself. The facade is immense, a towering cliff of carved stone that looms over the courtyard. It is more classical and restrained in its design than the Treasury, with simple columns and a grand, triangular pediment. High above the entrance, in a carved niche, is the stone urn that gives the tomb its name. You walk across the wide courtyard and step through the massive, dark doorway into the main chamber. The transition is immediate. You move from the bright sun and gentle wind of the courtyard into a cool, still, and cavernous space. The air is heavy with silence and the scent of cold stone. The chamber is a near-perfect cube, a vast, empty room carved with astonishing precision from the solid rock. The scale of it is humbling. The sound of your own soft footsteps seems to be swallowed by the immense volume of the room. But as your eyes adjust to the dim light filtering in from the doorway, you notice that this is not just an Nabataean tomb. The stone tells a later story. You look at the far wall, and you can see the faint, ghostly outlines of 3 recessed apes, carved into the original wall long after the tomb was first completed. And on the wall, though now barely legible, is a long inscription in Greek. You learn that this inscription records a pivotal moment in the building's history. In the year 446 AD, long after the Nabataean kingdom had faded and Petra had become part of the Byzantine Empire, this tomb was officially consecrated as a church by a bishop named Jason. The realization adds a new, fascinating layer to your understanding of this place. You stand in the center of the vast, cool room, and you let your imagination bridge the centuries. You try to picture the original Nabataean use of this space. You imagine it as a grand hall for funerary feasts, the walls echoing with the sounds of music, stories, and toasts made in honor of the dead. You imagine the floor covered with rich carpets, the room lit by the warm, flickering glow of dozens of oil lamps. Then you let that image dissolve and replace it with a new one. From 4 centuries later, you imagine this same room as a Christian cathedral. You picture the stone benches removed, a stone altar placed in the central apse. You imagine the walls, now adorned with painted icons and hanging tapestries. You imagine a Byzantine bishop, in his ornate vestments, standing where the altar would have been. And instead of the sounds of a Nabataean feast, you imagine the air filled with the sound of echoing, melodic chants, the sacred hymns of the early Christian church, sung in Greek or Syriac. The same stone walls have contained 2 vastly different worlds, 2 different faiths, 2 different ways of understanding life, death, and the divine. This chamber is a powerful testament to Petra's long and complex history, a place where the spirit of one civilization was not erased, but rather absorbed and repurposed by the next. You step back out of the cool darkness of the chamber and into the warm, bright afternoon light of the courtyard. Having experienced this place of layered faith, a new kind of curiosity begins to form in your mind. You have seen the tombs of kings and the churches of bishops. But where did the Nabataeans themselves go for their most important religious rituals? Where were their great open Monastery altars, the places they went to be closest to their gods, far from the city below? Your gaze lifts from the courtyard and travels upward, toward the high, sun-drenched mountain peaks that rise above the city. You feel a new pull, a desire to ascend even higher, not just to attune with a view, but to a true place of worship, a sacred high place. You are ready to leave the world of the dead, however grand, and seek out the world of the gods. Episode 23. You descend from the magnificent terrace of the urn tomb, your mind still echoing with the quiet history of its 2 faiths. The desire to find a place of pure, original Nabataean worship has now become your guide. You know that such a place would not be built for the dead, nor would it be a grand public display in the center of the city. It would be higher up, closer to the heavens, away from the world of commerce and daily life. It would be a place of solitude and sacred power. You make your way back down to the valley floor, past the theater, your feet once again on the main, dusty path. Tucked away behind the grand ruins, almost hidden from view, you find what you are looking for. It is the unassuming start of a narrow path that seems to lead nowhere but straight up the side of the mountain. There is no grand gateway here, no columns or inscriptions. There is only a steep, narrow flight of stairs, carved directly out of the red sandstone cliff face. This is the ancient processional way. This is the path to the high place of sacrifice. You take a deep breath and begin the climb. The first few steps are steep, lifting you quickly above the valley floor. Almost immediately, the sounds of the city, even the imagined sounds of its past, begin to fade. You are entering a new realm, a vertical world of rock and sky. The stairway is a marvel of ancient engineering, a testament to sheer persistence. It is not a uniform, modern staircase. It is a living, organic path that follows the natural contours and fissures of the mountain. Some steps are shallow and wide, allowing for a comfortable stride. Others are high and narrow, requiring a more deliberate, careful placement of your feet. The surface of the stone is worn into smooth, shallow depressions in the center of each step, polished by the sandals and boots of thousands of pilgrims, priests, and sacrificial processions over the course of centuries. You quickly fall into a steady, comfortable rhythm. Left foot, right foot, breathe in, breathe out. It becomes a form of walking meditation. The physical effort is just enough to focus your mind, to pull your awareness out of your thoughts and into the simple, present reality of your body and your surroundings. You feel the gentle work of the muscles in your legs, a feeling of growing strength and purpose. You feel the deep, even rhythm of your own breathing, your lungs filling with the clean, thinning mountain air. You trail your hand along the rock wall beside you. In some places, the stairway is enclosed in a narrow channel, the cliff rising on both sides. In these moments, you feel secure as if in a protected corridor. Then, the path will emerge onto an open face, with a breathtaking view and a steep drop to your side. You feel no sense of vertigo, only a growing sense of exhilarating heightened space. You can feel the temperature changing, the air becoming noticeably cooler and fresher as you gain altitude. Your mind, which was so full of stories and details in the city below, begins to quieten. The repetitive motion of the climb, the focus on the next step, has a wonderfully clarifying effect. The worries and complexities of your own world, and even the rich historical complexities of Petra itself, seem to fall away with each upward step. There is only the feel of the rough, warm stone under your hand, the sight of the worn step before you, and the sound of your own steady breath. You are ascending, not just physically, but mentally, leaving the noise of the world below. After some time, the path levels out onto a small, flat platform, a natural resting place carved into the mountainside. You pause here, turning to look back at the view. It is even more spectacular than from the urn tomb. You are higher now, and further west, giving you a new angle on the city's layout. You can see the entire arc of the theater, the grid-minus-like pattern of the great temple's ruins, and the long, straight line of the Colonnaded Street, all looking like a miniature architectural model. You can truly appreciate how the city is nestled so perfectly within its ring of protective mountains. The view is a quiet reward, a moment to appreciate how far you have come. You take a drink of water, feeling the cool liquid soothe your throat. A gentle breeze finds you here, drying the light sheen of perspiration on your brow. You feel strong, clear-headed, and peaceful. You turn and resume your climb. The character of the stairway changes again. It seems to sense that you are nearing your destination. The steps become more ceremonial, wider and more regular. The path carves its way through a narrow slot canyon, a miniature Siq, the high walls creating a sense of final, dramatic approach. You emerge from this narrow passage, and the stairway finally ends. The path before you levels out almost completely, opening onto a broad, flat mountain summit. And there ahead of you, silhouetted against the brilliant blue of the late afternoon sky, you see them, two tall, slender, tapering pillars of rock, standing about 6 meters high. They are the sacred obelisks you have read about. They are not built, but carved, left behind as the rock around them was cut away. You know, without a doubt, that you have arrived. You have reached the entrance to the sacred precinct. The high place itself is just a few steps further, hidden just over the rise of the summit. Minus episode 24. You walk past the two silent, guardian obelisks. They feel like sentinels marking the boundary between the human world you have just climbed from and the divine realm you are about to enter. You learn that they are thought to represent the two principal deities of the Nabataean pantheon, the great male god Dushara, and his consort, the powerful goddess Al-Uzza. By passing between them, you are entering their sacred domain. The path opens onto a wide, flattened plateau, a huge area that has been expertly leveled from the living bedrock of the mountaintop. The sky up here seems bigger, bluer, and somehow closer. The wind, which was just a gentle breeze in the valley, is a constant, steady presence here, a clean, cool river of air that flows around you, whispering with a sound that seems as ancient as the mountains themselves. It is the only sound. Before you is the ceremonial platform, the heart of the high place. You approach it slowly, with a feeling of deep respect. The entire area is a testament to the Nabataeans' reverence for the natural landscape. They did not build a temple up here. They did not construct walls and a roof to enclose their worship. Instead, they simply enhanced the mountaintop, carving the features they needed directly from the stone that was already there, creating a place of worship that was open to the sun, the moon, and the sky. Your eyes are drawn to the main altar. It is a large rectangular block of stone, about waist-minus high, with 3 low steps carved into its western side, allowing the priest to ascend and face the rising sun in the east. The top is flat, a simple table of rock. You can imagine the high priest, in his ceremonial robes, climbing these steps at dawn, his silhouette framed against the first light of a new day, ready to make his offerings. You let your hand rest on the surface of the altar. The stone is cool to the touch and worn smooth by 2,000 years of wind and rain. It feels charged with a quiet, powerful energy, a memory of countless rituals and prayers. The word sacrifice can sound harsh to modern ears, but here, you sense its deeper meaning. It was about making something sacred, about giving something precious back to the gods in gratitude for the prosperity and security of the city below. The offerings may have sometimes been animals, but just as often they would have been libations of wine poured onto the stone to honor the gods, or the burning of precious, fragrant incense, its smoke carrying their prayers directly to the heavens. To the side of the altar, you notice a small, perfectly round basin, also carved from the bedrock. It is about the size of a large bowl, and its purpose was likely for water, perhaps for the ritual purification of the priest's hands before the ceremony began, or perhaps it was designed to simply collect the precious rainwater, a sacred gift from the sky. You walk around the platform, your footsteps silent on the ancient stone. You see other features, smaller channels cut into the rock to drain liquids, and nearby, a formal triclinium, a dining area with stone benches on 3 sides, just like the ones you imagined in the tombs. Here, after the main rituals were complete, the priests and honored guests would share a sacred feast, dining in the presence of their gods, high above the world of mortal men. Having explored the sacred precinct, you find a comfortable spot to sit on the edge of the ceremonial platform, with your back against the low wall of the triclinium. You sit, and you let go. You let go of the need to explore, to analyze, to understand. You simply exist in this extraordinary place, and you experience the silence. It is a silence unlike any you have felt before. It is not the enclosed, intimate silence of the Siq, nor the peaceful, domestic silence of the Bedouin camp. This is the silence of the mountaintop, a vast, expansive, and absolute quiet, where the only sound is the constant, soothing whisper of the wind. Your gaze sweeps across the 360-degree panorama, in every direction. As far as the eye can see is a magnificent, crumpled landscape of mountains, range after range of rock, colored in shades of red, orange, purple, and brown, stretches to the horizon. There are no signs of modern life. No roads, no buildings, no power lines. There is only the wild, powerful, and profoundly beautiful emptiness of the desert wilderness. You can see the great rift of the Wadi Arabe in the distance, and the hazy blue mountains of the Negev desert beyond that. It is a view that dissolves the ego. It makes you feel incredibly small, a tiny, temporary speck in an immense and timeless landscape. And yet, it does not make you feel insignificant. Instead, it fosters a feeling of deep connection, a sense of being a small but integral part of this vast, breathing world. Use it for a long, long time. You watch the shadows of the clouds drift slowly across the faces of the distant mountains. You feel the sun, now lower in the sky, warm on your face, and the cool wind on the back of your neck. Your thoughts, which have been your constant companions on this journey, finally fall completely silent. There is only the view, the wind, and the feeling of deep, profound peace. This, you realize, is what the Nabataeans came up here for. not just for the ritual, but for this feeling of being lifted out of the world, of standing on the threshold between the earth and the heavens, and of feeling the presence of the divine not in a statue, but in the wind and the sky and the solid, ancient rock beneath you. The late afternoon sun begins to dip lower, its light turning the entire landscape a deep, burnished gold. You know that you cannot stay here forever. You have experienced the sacred silence, and you feel a sense of wholeness and completion. It is time to begin your descent. You rise slowly to your feet, feeling rested and centered. You could return the way you came, down the long, familiar staircase. But as you look around, you see another path, a less obvious one, leading from the other side of the ceremonial platform. It seems to wind its way down a different valley, a narrow, secluded route that promises new sights and a quieter journey. You feel a gentle pull toward this unknown path. You have completed the main ceremony. Now it is time for a quiet, personal recessional. And so you turn your back on the grand panorama and take your first step down this new, intriguing trail. Minus episode 25. You take your first step onto the new path, leaving the windswept, sacred summit of the high place of sacrifice behind you. The feeling is immediately different. The grand, formal staircase you ascended was a path of procession and public ritual. This trail, which winds down the narrow valley of Wadi Farizeh, feels more like a secret, a quiet back door reserved for the priests and initiates. The path is more natural here, less a staircase and more a trail that follows the contours of the land. It hugs the side of the cliff, descending into a steep, narrow canyon. The late afternoon sun is now at your back, casting your own long shadow on the path before you. The light in this small canyon is soft and diffused, and the air is cooler, sheltered from the direct sun. The world shrinks once more from the vast, 360-degree panorama of the summit to the intimate, enclosed space of this hidden valley. Your descent is slow and peaceful. The only sounds are the soft crunch of your shoes on the sandy path and the occasional dislodging of a small pebble. As you walk, you realize this valley, though less grand than the main areas of the city, was also an important place. The rock walls are dotted with the dark openings of smaller, simpler tombs and carved niches, a sign that this entire mountain was considered sacred ground. After a few minutes of steady descent, you round a bend and come across a scene of unexpected and breathtaking beauty. Set back from the path in a wide, sheltered alcove is a monument known as the Garden Triclinium. It is an elegant facade, with two columns standing between two carved pilasters, supporting a simple, dignified pediment. But it is the setting that gives it its magic. You can see the remains of a terrace in front of it, and you can easily imagine that this was once a small, private, terraced garden. You picture it in its prime, a green, shady oasis in this secluded valley, with a few hardy trees, flowering shrubs, and perhaps a small, trickling water feature. This was a place for the living to honor the dead, a formal dining hall, a triclinium where families would gather for sacred feasts to commemorate their ancestors. You imagine them reclining on cushions here, in this perfect, peaceful spot, sharing food and stories, surrounded by the beauty of their private garden, feeling a deep and comforting connection to their lineage. It is a place of profound tranquility. You continue on your way, carrying the peaceful image of the garden with you. The path descends further, and you come upon another, more imposing monument. This is the Roman soldier's tomb, so named because of the 3 carved figures in niches above its eroded main entrance. The central figure, though heavily weathered, is clearly wearing a military cuirass, the armor of a Roman soldier. The style of the tomb is more elaborate, more classical, a clear sign of the Roman influence that became more prominent in the city's later years. It is a grand and stately tomb, but it feels different from the Nabataean work, more formal, perhaps less mysterious. You pause for a moment, appreciating how this single, quiet valley tells a story of Petra's architectural evolution from the early, nature-inspired Nabataean designs to the later, more rigid classicism of Rome. The path continues to wind its way downward, following the dry riverbed. The shadows are growing longer now, and the air is becoming cooler still. Just when you think the valley has shown you all its secrets, you arrive at the final, and perhaps most charming, discovery of your descent. Carved into a large, smooth rock face on your right is a beautiful, life-sized relief of a lion. Its body is rendered in profile, its muscles tensed as if it is about to spring. Its head is turned to face you, its mouth open in a silent, powerful roar. This is the lion fountain. You step closer, admiring the artistry. The carving is confident and full of life. You can see the texture of its mane, the power in its haunches, and you notice a channel carved into the rock just above its head, leading directly to its open mouth. You understand instantly. This was not just a sculpture, it was a fountain. Water, channeled from some hidden cistern higher up the mountain, would have once flowed from the lion's mouth, splashing into a basin that would have sat at its feet. What a wonderful, whimsical, and practical creation. For any traveler making the arduous climb up to the high place on this path, or for the priests making their weary descent, what a welcome sight this would have been. A magnificent, powerful lion offering a stream of cool, life-giving water. It is a perfect fusion of Nabataean art and hydraulic engineering. You step up to the carving and place your hand just inside the lion's cool stone mouth. You close your eyes and imagine the feeling of the cool water splashing over your fingers. You can almost hear the gentle, constant sound of the flow, a lion's whisper in the quiet valley. Feeling refreshed by this imagined drink, you continue on the final stretch of your journey. The narrow valley begins to widen. The steep cliffs pull back, and finally, the path levels out, the rocky trail giving way to the familiar sand of the valley floor. You emerge from the mouth of Wadi Farazeh, finding yourself back in the main part of Petra, in a quiet area behind the great temple complex. You turn and look back at the narrow valley you have just walked through. You feel a quiet sense of satisfaction, the pleasure that comes from taking the road less traveled. You have descended from the heavens of the high place not by the grand public staircase, but through a private, secret garden of memory, and you have been rewarded with its gentle wonders. The sun is now hanging low in the western sky, and you feel ready for the final great journey of your day. Minus 21, 25, 26, 30. Minus episode 26. You emerge from the quiet, hidden world of Wadi Far as Ayan back into the main valley of Petra. A feeling of deepened, peaceful accomplishment settles over you. You have spent a long and wonderful day journeying through this city. From the dawn revealing the Treasury, through the bustling life of the Colonnaded Street, and up to the sacred, silent summit of the high place of sacrifice. Your legs feel a pleasant, gentle weariness, the sign of a day well spent, of a journey fully experienced. The sun is now hanging low in the sky, beginning its final descent behind the high western cliffs. The golden hour has arrived. The light has lost all its harshness, transforming into a soft, honeyed glow that bathes the entire landscape in a warm, nostalgic light. The long, dark shadows of the mountains are stretching across the valley floor, and the air is beginning to cool once more, carrying the first hints of the coming desert night. You know that your explorations for the day are done. Now is not the time for more walking or more discovery. Now is a time for rest, for reflection, and for simply watching the day come to its beautiful, quiet close. You find a simple outdoor restaurant, one of the many that cater to modern travelers, set in a wide open area with a clear view of the surrounding mountains. You choose a quiet table in a corner, order a simple meal and a cool drink, and you settle in, ready to be a spectator to the evening's gentle spectacle. You sit there, feeling the pleasant ache in your muscles and the deep sense of peace in your mind. You watch as the sun sinks lower. The colors of the sandstone cliffs around you deepen, from orange and rose to a rich, burnished copper. The sky above the western ridge is a blaze of golden crimson. It is a beautiful, classic desert sunset. But then your eyes are drawn away from the spectacle of the setting sun itself. Your gaze drifts upward and across the valley. To the northwest, you look past the familiar ruins of the city center, up toward the highest, most rugged line of mountain peaks. They are already falling into shadow, their details becoming obscured as the light fades. But your eye catches something. There, perched on the very summit of the most distant and seemingly inaccessible mountain, is a structure. From this immense distance, it is just a tiny, squared off shape. And just as the valley floor around you succumbs to the deep blue shadows of twilight, this one single point, high above everything else, catches the last direct rays of the setting sun, and it ignites. It is transformed from a distant, indistinct shape into a beacon of pure, brilliant gold. It glows with an almost supernatural intensity, a tiny, perfect jewel of light held up against the darkening sky. It is so bright, so clear, so defiantly illuminated long after the rest of the world has faded, that it takes your breath away. You know, instinctively, what you are looking at. This is Ad-Steer, the monastery, the other great, monumental facade of Petra, a sister to the Treasury, but larger, more remote, and, by all accounts, even more magnificent in its grand simplicity. You are utterly captivated by the sight. You watch as the tiny, golden structure hangs suspended in the sky, a final, triumphant salute to the dying sun. It seems impossibly high, impossibly far away. After the long climbs of the day, especially the ascent to the high place of sacrifice, the thought of trying to reach that distant summit seems almost unimaginable. It would require another, even longer, even more strenuous climb. And yet, as you sit there, you feel no sense of fatigue or discouragement at the thought. Instead, you feel a quiet, powerful pull. The sight of the glowing monastery is not a demand. It is a summons, a silent, golden invitation across the vast expanse of the valley. It is a promise of one final, great discovery. It is a challenge to your will and your wonder. In that moment, your plan for the next day becomes clear. You know what you must do. Your journey in Petra will not be complete until you have answered that call, until you have made that climb, until you have stood before that remote and magnificent structure. The sight gives your journey a new focus, a final, ultimate destination. For several minutes you watch the golden light shine. Then, as the sun finally sinks completely below the horizon, the light on the monastery winks out. Just like that, it is gone. The brilliant beacon becomes one with the dark, hulking silhouette of the mountain, its magic reserved for the next day's sunset. The show is over. The sky deepens to a rich purple, and the first bright stars begin to appear. A profound sense of peace and purpose settles over you. You have had a full and wonderful day, and you have been given a beautiful gift to look forward to for tomorrow. You turn your attention to your simple meal, eating slowly, savoring the flavors. You know you must eat well and dressed deeply tonight. For tomorrow you have a mountain to climb. Minus episode 27. You wake on your second morning in Petra feeling rested, refreshed, and filled with a clear sense of purpose. The memory of last evening's sunset and the sight of that distant, golden monument has settled into a quiet resolve. After a simple breakfast, you set out. The morning air is cool and clear, holding the promise of another warm, sunny day. Your path today leads you away from the familiar Central Valley, away from the theater and the Colonnaded Street, and toward the rugged, towering mountains to the northwest of the city. You find the beginning of the trail, tucked away near the end of the main thoroughfare. There is no grand pronouncement, just an ancient, winding staircase of stone that begins its long, patient ascent into the hills. This is the path to Ad-Steer, the monastery. You have been told there are over 800 steps. You take a deep breath and begin, The first part of the climb winds through a narrow, shaded canyon, a sort of prelude to the main ascent. The steps here are wide and well minus define, and you quickly find a comfortable, steady pace. You focus not on the destination, which you know is a long way off, but on the simple, physical act of climbing. You establish a rhythm, right foot up, breathe in, left foot up, breathe out. It is a slow, powerful, and deeply grounding cadence. Soon, the narrow canyon opens up, and the main part of the climb begins. The stairway, carved and constructed from the living rock, clings to the side of the mountain, Siq sagging its way towards the sky. The sun is on your back now, its warmth pleasant in the cool morning air. The views begin to open up, but you keep your main focus on the path immediately before you, on the rhythm of your body. Step, breathe, step, breathe. The world begins to simplify. Your awareness, which has been so expansive, taking in the grand sweep of history and architecture, now contracts to the small, essential details of the present moment. You notice the texture of the stone steps, worn smooth in the middle by the passage of countless feet, but rougher at the edges. You notice the way the light and shadow play on the path ahead, creating shifting patterns as you move in and out of the shade of overhanging rocks. You notice the small, hardy desert plants that cling to life in the crevices of the rock wall beside you. Their leaves a tough, resilient green. The physical effort of the climb is real, but it is not draining. It is clarifying. The steady work of your muscles, the deep and even flow of your breath, the constant, repetitive motion, it all conspires to quiet the busy chatter of your mind. Worries about your own world, thoughts about what you need to do tomorrow, even the analytical thoughts about Petra's history, all begin to fade. They become like clouds in the sky, drifting past without holding your attention. Your entire universe becomes this path, this mountain, this breath. It is a walking meditation in its purest form. At several points along the way, where the path widens into a natural resting platform, you pass a small, simple stall set up by a local Bedouin vendor. A colorful woven rug will be laid on the ground, with a few flasks of water, bottles of juice, and perhaps some simple, locally made jewelry or scarves displayed for sale. The vendors do not call out to you or pressure you to buy. They simply offer a quiet, welcoming presence on this lonely path. You exchange a nod and a gentle smile as you pass, a silent acknowledgement shared between travelers on an ancient road. The sight of a brightly colored headscarf, fluttering like a prayer flag in the mountain breeze, adds a touch of warm, human color to the vast landscape of rock and sky. You continue to climb, higher and higher. You look back during a brief pause, and the city below is now distant, a miniature world of ruins nestled in its valley. You feel a growing sense of remoteness, of seclusion. You are truly leaving the world behind, ascending to a place apart. The air up here is thinner, cleaner. The silence is deeper, broken only by your own soft footsteps and the sigh of the wind. The stairway is a marvel of persistence. It is not one single, daunting flight of stairs. It is a series of ascents, interspersed with short, flat stretches that allow you to catch your breath and enjoy the more spectacular views. It is a path that understands the needs of the human body, a path designed for pilgrims, not for athletes. After what seems like a long, peaceful, and timeless period of rhythmic climbing, you feel a change. The relentless upward trajectory of the path begins to soften. The steps become shallower, and then they disappear altogether, replaced by a wide, sandy track that is almost level. You are still enclosed by high rock walls on either side, but you sense you are nearing the top. The air feels different. You pass through one final, narrow defile, a dramatic gateway of rock, and as you emerge from it, you see not another flight of stairs but a wide, open expanse of bright, sandy ground ahead. The enclosing walls fall away, and the sky opens up above you, a vast, brilliant blue dome. You have arrived on the high plateau. The climb is over. You pause here, at the edge of this new, open space, taking a deep breath of the cool, clear mountain air. And you know that the object of your long journey, the magnificent monastery, is now just a few steps away, waiting for you just around the final corner. Minus episode 28, you take those final few steps, emerging from the narrow stone passage and onto the wide, sunlit plateau. The change in environment is absolute, and the feeling is one of pure, joyful release. After the long, focused, and upward oriented journey of the past hour, a simple act of walking on flat ground feels like a luxury. You feel the tension in your climbing muscles ease, a sense of lightness spreading through your body. You pause here, at the edge of this high, sandy expanse, and simply breathe. You breathe in the cool, thin, clean mountain air, filling your lungs completely. The sky above you is a vast, uninterrupted dome of the deepest, purest blue you have ever seen. There is a profound sense of arrival, a feeling of having reached a place that is truly set apart from the rest of the world. You have climbed not just a mountain, but also, it feels, the very ladder of the sky. For a few moments, you don't even think about the monument you came here to see. You simply savor this feeling of accomplishment in the glorious, peaceful emptiness of the plateau itself. A gentle path has been worn in the soft, pale sand by the feet of other travelers. It leads you forward, curving around a final, massive outcrop of weathered rock that stands like a curtain, shielding the main event from view. There is no rush. You walk slowly, your footsteps making soft, hushing sounds in the sand. The anticipation you feel is not a tense excitement, but a deep, calm curiosity, the feeling of an explorer about to witness a long-sought discovery. You follow the path. You round the edge of that last great stone curtain, and then you see it. The world stops. Your breath catches in your throat. All thoughts, all feelings of weariness from the climb, all sense of time and place, it all dissolves in the face of the vision before you. Ad Monastery, the monastery, It is carved from the face of an entire mountain, and it fills your entire field of vision. It is so vast, so monumental, so utterly overwhelming in its scale and its powerful simplicity that your mind struggles to comprehend it. You have seen the Treasury, and you thought you were prepared, but this is different. The Treasury was an exquisite jewel box, intricate and ornate. This is a monument to the gods of thunder and the sky. It is less decorated, but immensely more powerful. Its beauty lies not in delicate flourishes, but in its raw, titanic strength and its perfect, harmonious proportions. The facade is immense, nearly 50 meters wide and over 40-5 meters high. The size of a modern multi-story office building, all carved from a single, solid piece of golden-hued sandstone. The morning sun, now high in the sky, bathes the entire structure in a bright, clean light, showing every detail with perfect clarity. Your eyes slowly begin to take in the details, trying to make sense of the scale. You see the lower level, with its towering, engaged columns and pilasters, their simple capitals a more restrained Nabataean version of the classical orders. You see the grand, unadorned surfaces of smooth rock, which seem to absorb and radiate the sunlight, giving the whole structure a warm, living glow. Your gaze moves upward, to the upper level, which features the same iconic broken pediment design as the Treasury, opening up to reveal a central, round tholos. But here, everything is bigger, broader, more powerful, and at the very top, crowning the entire structure, is the great urn. It is similar in shape to the one on the Treasury, but it is colossal, over 9 meters tall on its own, large enough to contain a small house. It stands against the brilliant blue sky like a crown for the mountain itself. After the initial, overwhelming impression of the whole, your mind, still struggling to process the scale, focuses on a single, comprehensible element, the main doorway. It is a perfect, dark rectangle in the center of the lower facade, and you realize with a sense of quiet, intellectual shock that this doorway, which looks like a normal -sized entrance from a distance, is itself a colossal structure. It is over 8 meters, or 20-6 feet high. You imagine yourself walking up to it, standing at its threshold. You would be utterly dwarfed, a small child standing at the gate of a giant's palace. The people who built this were not just building a temple. They were making a statement about their relationship with the cosmos. They were building on a scale that was not human, but divine. The thought sends a gentle shiver of awe through you. This was not a place for quiet, humble prayer. This was a place for powerful, resonant communion with the great forces of the universe. For a long time, you simply stand there, motionless, a silent observer across the sandy plateau. You feel no need to rush forward, to get closer, to inspect the details. The power of ad-deer is best appreciated from this distance, where you can take in its full, majestic scope, where you can see how it relates to the mountain it is part of, and to the vast sky it seems to touch, Eventually, the need to sit, to rest, to contemplate this vision at length asserts itself. You look across the wide, open space. On the opposite side of the plateau, facing the monument, a simple, open-sided tent has been set up, a small Bedouin tea stall. A few low benches are placed in front of it, in the shade of an overhanging rock. You know with absolute certainty that this is where you need to be. It is the perfect vantage point, a place seemingly designed for the sole purpose of quiet, comfortable, and prolonged admiration. With a final, deep breath of awe, you begin your slow walk across the sand, your eyes never leaving the magnificent, sun-drenched facade of the monastery. Episode 29. You cross the wide, sandy plateau, your eyes fixed on the magnificent facade of the monastery. You reach the small, welcoming Bedouin tea stall on the far side and are greeted with a warm, quiet smile. You order a glass of hot, sweet mint tea, the familiar, comforting ritual feeling like a perfect reward after your long climb. You choose your seat carefully, not inside the tent, but on a low, cushioned bench at the very edge of the cliff. This is the ultimate vantage point. Before you is a panoramic, unobstructed view of the great monument. You settle in, cradling the warm glass in your hands, and you wait. The sun is now beginning its slow, final descent toward the horizon, and the daily performance of light and color is about to begin. For a long while, the light is a brilliant, crystalline gold. It bathes the entire plateau in a warm, honeyed glow. The monastery, carved from golden-yellow sandstone, seems to absorb this light, becoming saturated with it until it seems to radiate a soft, gentle energy from within. The features of the facade are clear and distinct, the shadows sharp and well-defined. It is a vision of majestic clarity. Then, as the sun dips lower, the quality of the light begins to change. The pure gold starts to be infused with warmer tones. First, it becomes a rich, deep amber. The entire face of the monastery seems to deepen in color, its surface taking on the warm, translucent quality of ancient, solidified honey. The shadows cast by its columns and cornices begin to lengthen, stretching across the facade like long, dark fingers, adding a new layer of depth and drama to the scene. The sun touches the distant horizon, and the transformation accelerates. The amber light blazes into a brilliant, fiery orange. For a few breathtaking moments, the monastery appears to be on fire. It does not burn with a destructive flame, but with a cool, silent architectural fire, as if the setting sun has ignited the very soul of the stone. The orange light is so intense that it seems to almost liquefy the rock, making the solid mountain look like a flowing river of molten copper. You sit, mesmerized, watching the spectacle unfold. The sky to the west is a riot of color, streaks of crimson, pink, and gold painted across a canvas of deepening blue. The air grows cooler. The wind, which had been a steady breeze, begins to soften, as if holding its breath in reverence for the day's end. And then, for the final moments before it disappears, the light shifts one last time. The fiery orange mellows into a deep, profound, and noble red. The monastery is now the color of a glowing ember in a dying fire. Its details begin to soften and merge, its sharp architectural lines blending into a single, powerful silhouette of deep, saturated color. It is no longer a building. It is a feeling of ancient power, of serene dignity, of a final, magnificent flourish before the arrival of the night. The sun's upper rim finally slips below the distant mountains. The direct light is gone. The performance is not over. Now begins the afterglow, the soft, gentle epilogue to the day's dramatic play. The western sky is now a soft, bruised purple, streaked with the last faint blushes of pink. This gentle, indirect light bathes the monastery in a soft, ethereal luminescence. The rock takes on a cool, lavender hue, a calm and peaceful color that seems to soothe the stone after its fiery display. It looks otherworldly now, a phantom temple in a twilight realm. Gradually, even this soft light fades. The color drains from the rock, and the monastery recedes into the growing darkness, its form becoming one with the great, dark mountain it is carved from. The sky above darkens from indigo to a deep, velvety black, and the first, bright stars begin to pop into existence, cold and sharp in the clear desert air. A profound silence settles over the plateau. It is a silence that feels deeper than any you have experienced before. The wind has died down completely. The last of the day minus trippers have long since made their descent. It seems as if you and the quiet Bedouin host are the only two souls left on top of the world. There is only the vast, silent rock before you, and the vast, silent, storm-filled sky above you. Use it with your now minus cool glass of tea, wrapped in a blanket that your host has quietly draped over your shoulders. You feel a sense of peace so deep and so complete that it feels like a physical presence. It is a feeling of being perfectly, quietly, and completely in the moment. All the effort of the climb, all the wonder of the day's discoveries, has led to this single, perfect moment of stillness, suspended between the ancient earth and the infinite heavens. You feel your own sense of self begin to dissolve, becoming a small part of the immense, silent peace of the mountain night. As you sit there, lost in the cosmos, the quiet voice of your host gently brings you back. He has come over to your bench. He does not wish to disturb your peace, but to add to it. He points with a slender finger toward the edge of the cliff, a little way past his tent. You see a small, simple, hand-painted sign that you hadn't noticed before. It points down a barely visible path. Even in the dim starlight, you can just make out the words painted on it. They say the best view in the world. He looks at you, his eyes smiling, and gives a simple nod in that direction, a silent suggestion that your journey up here has one final, secret vista to reveal before you rest, minus episode 30. You give your gracious host an odd of thanks, your curiosity gently piqued by his quiet suggestion. A place with a name like the best view in the world is an invitation you cannot refuse. You rise from the comfortable bench, leaving the warm blanket and the empty tea glass behind. The great, dark silhouette of the monastery is now at your back. You turn and follow the faint, sandy path that skirts the edge of the cliff. It is fully dark now, a deep, peaceful, and profound desert night. The moon has risen, casting a soft, silvery light that illuminates the path, just enough for you to see your way. The stars above are a breathtaking spectacle, a thick, glittering dust of diamonds scattered across the black velvet of the cosmos. The Milky Way is a luminous, milky river flowing directly overhead. The path is short, leading you just 100 paces or so past the small Bedouin tent. It ends at a small, flat outcrop of rock that juts out slightly from the main cliff face, like the prow of a great stone ship sailing into a sea of night. You step carefully onto this rocky platform, and you look out. The view is so vast, so unexpected, so utterly different from anything you have seen before, that it stills your breath once more. You are no longer looking at a monument or a city. You are looking at the world itself. The ground before you simply vanishes. It falls away into a deep, dark, and seemingly bottomless abyss. You are standing on the edge of the great Wadi Arabe, a massive rift valley that forms a dramatic scar upon the face of the earth. This immense canyon, miles wide, stretches to your left and to your right, disappearing into the darkness in both directions. It is a geological feature on a planetary scale, and you are perched on its very edge. The air is incredibly clear. In the far, far distance, across the immense sea of darkness, you can see a faint, shimmering line of tiny, twinkling lights. They are like a fallen constellation, a handful of embers scattered on the valley floor miles below and miles away. You realize you are looking at the lights of modern towns and settlements in Israel and the Palestinian territories. Those tiny, fragile sparks of human life seem impossibly distant, a world away from the ancient, silent mountaintop on which you stand. You are looking out over one of the most historically charged landscapes on Earth. The sense of scale is not just geographical, it is temporal. Standing here, you feel you have transcended your own time and are now a traveler in the deep currents of history itself. You look down into the immense, dark valley, and you imagine it not as an empty space, but as a corridor through which so much of human history has passed. You picture the ancient tribes of the Bronze Age, the Edomites and the Moabites, making their homes in these hills. You imagine the great caravans of the Nabataeans themselves, emerging from this valley on their long journeys to the ports of the Mediterranean. You think of the Roman legions, their armor glinting in the sun as they marched through this great rift to secure the frontiers of their vast empire. You imagine later centuries filled with Byzantine pilgrims, early Islamic armies, and Crusader knights, all of them moving through this same timeless landscape. The sheer weight of all that history, all those lives, all those journeys, seems to rise up from the valley floor on the cool night air. And your own life, with all its immediate concerns and worries, feels very, very small and very, very distant. It is a humbling feeling, but not a diminishing one. It does not make you feel insignificant. Rather, it makes you feel connected. You feel a profound sense of kinship with every other human soul who has ever stood in a high, lonely place and looked out at the vastness of the world, feeling that same mixture of awe, wonder, and quiet introspection. You are standing at a viewpoint that feels like the very edge of the world. The silence here is absolute, broken only by the faintest whisper of the high-altitude wind. You look up at the stars, which seem close enough to touch. You feel suspended, a quiet observer floating between the solid, ancient rock beneath your feet and the infinite, glittering cosmos above your head. It is a moment of perfect clarity, a moment where the boundaries of the self seem to dissolve, and you become part of the immense peace of the mountain, the valley, and the night sky. You stand there for a long time, absorbing the view, letting the profound tranquility of the place seep into your very being. But the night has grown cooler still, and you know that you have a long, careful descent ahead of you. You have seen what this high place has to show you. You have climbed its steps, you have witnessed the glory of its monument at sunset, and you have stood at its edge and gazed into eternity. You feel a deep sense of completion, with one final, lingering look out over the vast, dark sea of the Wadi Arabay and its distant, twinkling lights. You turn around. You walk the short path back to the main plateau, your heart full of the immense peace of the view you have just witnessed. It is time to begin the journey back down, back to the world of the city, carrying the memory of this end-of-the-world view with you as a silent, calming treasure. Minus 2630, 30 Onethrity 5, minus episode 31. You take one final look at the immense, silent silhouette of the monastery, now just a dark shape against a tapestry of brilliant stars. You turn away from the grand plateau and find the beginning of the long stairway, ready for your journey back down to the world below. The descent is a very different experience from the morning's climb. The path is bathed in the cool, silvery light of the moon, which casts soft, elusive shadows that dance and shift as you move. Your legs feel light, your body energized by the profound peace of the mountaintop. The physical effort is minimal, and you find a slow, easy, and comfortable rhythm. The focus is no longer on the effort of the ascent, but on quiet, downward drifting reflection. Your mind, clear and calm after the meditative stillness of the sunset, has the space to wander, to connect the many threads of your journey so far. As you make your way down the winding stone steps, your mind begins to assemble a gallery of the gods, a pantheon of all the divine beings whose presence you have felt in this city. You first think of the original, native gods of the Nabataeans, the ones who were born from this very landscape. You recall the simple, abstract stone blocks you saw in the votive niches of the Siq. These were the representations of Dushara, the chief male deity. His name, he of the Shara Mountains, tells you everything. He was a god of the rock, of the mountain, of the powerful, raw, and unyielding spirit of the wilderness itself. He was not imagined in human form, but as a block of stone, a manifestation of the very substance of his domain. His presence here feels elemental, ancient, and deeply connected to the earth beneath your feet. Then you think of his consort, the powerful goddess Al-Khazneh. Her name is often translated as the Mighty One. She was a goddess of fertility, of protection, and was often associated with the lion, a symbol of fierce, protective power. You recall the lion fountain you discovered on your descent from the high place of sacrifice, and you wonder if that was a tribute to her. Dushara and Al-Khazneh were the bedrock of the Nabataean faith, the divine father and mother of their people. As you continue down the steps, your mental gallery expands. You think of the magnificent facade of the Treasury and the Greek influences that adorn it. You picture the proud, sculpted eagle, the unmistakable symbol of Zeus, the Greek king of the gods. You recall the powerful figures of the Amazons and the twin horsemen, Castor and Pollux, protectors of travelers. These were not Nabataean gods, but the deities of their powerful Hellenistic neighbors, the Nabataeans. Being savvy traders and masterful diplomats, did not reject these foreign gods. Instead, they welcomed them, weaving them into their own spiritual tapestry. They saw similarities between their own gods and those of the Greeks. Perhaps they saw Zeus as just another name for the all-powerful Dushara. Your mind then drifts to the Roman presence. You think of the Roman soldier's tomb, with its classical armor, and the grand, orderly, and rational design of the Colonnaded Street. This was the influence of the Roman state, with its official pantheon and its emphasis on civic order and imperial power. The Romans, too, added their layer to the spiritual life of the city, bringing their traditions and their architectural styles, which the Nabataeans, in turn, adapted and made their own. Finally, you think of a connection that reached even further back into antiquity. You recall that one of the main figures on the Treasury, often interpreted as the goddess of fortune, is also frequently identified with Isis, the great mother goddess of Egypt. Her cult was ancient, powerful, and immensely popular throughout the entire Roman Empire. To see her represented here shows that Petra was connected not just to the contemporary powers of Greece and Rome, but also to the deep, mystical traditions of the Nile Valley. As you near the bottom of the staircase, a beautiful realization dawns on you. You have not been walking through a city of one religion, but of many. And the true spiritual genius of Petra was not its devotion to a single faith, but its remarkable capacity for Siq, the peaceful blending of different beliefs. This was not a place of religious conflict. It was a cosmopolitan crossroads where faiths and cultures met and mingled with a graceful, open-minded tolerance. A trader from Egypt could come here and see a familiar echo of his goddess Isis. A Roman official could recognize a form of his god, Jupiter. A Greek merchant could feel protected by the presence of Castor and Pollux, and a local Nabataean could see his own mountain god, Dushara, honored above all. This city became a spiritual marketplace as much as a commercial one. a place where ideas and beliefs were exchanged as freely as spices and silks. This atmosphere of peaceful coexistence was surely one of the great secrets to its long and prosperous success. You take the final few steps and find yourself back on the main valley floor. The long descent is over. You look up at the high cliffs on the other side of the valley, at the grand facades of the royal tombs, now bathed in the soft, silvery light of the moon. And now you see them differently. They are not just the eternal homes of kings. They are monuments to this unique, blended, and tolerant view of the cosmos. They are a testament to a people who understood that there are many names for the divine, and many paths to the sacred, minus episode 32. The cool silvery light of the moon bathes the valley in a serene, otherworldly glow. You have made your final descent for the day, and you now stand in the quiet heart of the city, a silent observer in a world of sleeping stone. Your journey has been long, taking you to the highest peaks and through the deepest, most secret passages of this place. You feel a sense of profound connection to it, a quiet understanding that has been built layer by layer with each step you have taken. Your gaze drifts across the landscape, resting on the great monuments that define this city. You look toward the street of facades with its dozens of powerful, square-cut entrances. You look up at the high eastern cliff, where the grand royal tombs hold court, their ornate facades gleaming faintly in the moonlight. Throughout your journey, you have referred to these structures correctly as tombs. But now, in the quiet of this night, after all you have seen and felt, the word tomb begins to feel inadequate. It feels too small, too final, too laden with a sense of sorrow that simply does not seem to fit the spirit of this magnificent city. Your mind returns to a detail you have seen again and again. From the garden triclinium on the back trail from the high place, to the great feasting hall carved next to the obelisk to met the city's entrance. The triclinium, the dining room. Why, you wonder, would a culture so preoccupied with death place so much emphasis on dining? And then, a new, more beautiful understanding begins to dawn. You focus your mind's eye on one of the grand royal tombs high on the cliff. You imagine stepping through its massive, dark doorway back into the cool, silent chamber within. But this time, you do not see it as an empty, echoing space. You see it as the Nabataeans did. You imagine the room is no longer dark. It is filled with the warm, flickering light of dozens of clay oil lamps, their small flames casting a gentle, dancing glow on the smooth stone walls. The floor is covered with thick, richly colored woven rugs, creating a feeling of warmth and comfort. The air is not heavy with silence, but filled with the soft, melodic notes of a musician playing a lyre in a corner. And the room is filled with people. This is a family, gathered for a eshilte, a ritual feast in honor of their great ancestor who is entombed here. But this is not a somber affair. It is a celebration. You imagine them reclining on cushions as was their custom, around low tables laden with food. There are bowls of dates and figs, plates of roasted meats, fresh bread, and clay jugs filled with dark, sweet wine. The atmosphere is one of joyful remembrance. An elder of the family raises a cup of wine and offers a toast, not to the memory of the departed, but to the spirit of the departed, who they believed was present with them, acting as the host of this very feast. Stories are told of the ancestors' great deeds, of his long caravan journeys, of his wisdom and his humor. Children listen, wide mind aside, learning the history of their own lineage. There is laughter, quiet conversation, and the reinforcement of the bonds that held the family and the entire civilization together. This was the true purpose of these magnificent structures. They were not simply places to store the dead. They were active, vital centers of family and clan life. They were places to which the living would return, again and again, to connect with their past, to honor their heritage, and to reaffirm their place in the world. With this image so vividly in your mind, you finally understand the Nabataean view of the afterlife. It was profoundly and wonderfully optimistic. In their language, these monuments were not called graves. They were called Bedtime, a phrase that translates as house of the soul or house of the person. They saw these structures not as tombs for the dead, but as eternal homes for the undying spirit. Death, in their view, was not an ending. It was merely a transition, a change of address from a temporary home to a permanent one. And they prepared these permanent homes with all the care, all the artistry, and all the expense they could muster. They carved them to be beautiful, to be comfortable, and to be celebratory. They were designed not for weeping, but for feasting, not for separation, but for eternal communion. They were a testament to an unshakable belief in the continuity of life, a belief that family bonds transcended even death itself. You look up at the moonlit facades again, and you see them now with completely new eyes. They are not sorrowful monuments to an end. They are joyous, magnificent, and eternal homes built with love for a life that was believed to never truly cease. The entire city, this vast necropolis, is not a city of the dead. It is a city of eternal life, a city built on a foundation of profound hope. And this deep, comforting, optimistic belief, you realize, must have been the source of the Nabataeans' incredible energy and creativity. It was this faith in their own permanence that empowered them to carve mountains, to tame the desert, and to build a kingdom that was the envy of the ancient world. But this realization, as beautiful and as peaceful as it is, gives rise to one final, poignant question that hangs in the cool night air. If this city was built with such unshakable faith in its own eternity, if these homes were carved to last forever, then why are they now empty? Why did the feasts eventually stop? Why did the music fall silent? Why did this great civilization, so full of life and a belief in its own permanence, eventually fade away, leaving its eternal homes to the silence of the wind and the slow embrace of the sand? Minus episode 33. You stand in the quiet of the moonlit valley, the profound question of the city's fate hanging gently in the air. Why would a city built for eternity fall silent? The answer, like the city itself, is not one of sudden violence or dramatic collapse, but a story of a slow, quiet, and inevitable change. Let your mind drift. Allow the present -day ruins to dissolve, and let us travel not to Petra's glorious peak, but to a later time, a time of transition. Let us go to a quiet morning in the 3rd century AD. The scene is the Colonnaded Street, but the atmosphere is starkly different from the vibrant, bustling marketplace you imagined before. The sun has not yet risen, and the street is bathed in the cool, gray, pre-dawn light. It is quiet. Most of the shops are shuttered. There are no crowds, no vendors calling out, no children laughing. The grand avenue feels spacious, but also strangely empty. In the center of the street, a small caravan is assembling. It is not the grand, sprawling train of 100 camels you might have once seen. This is a modest procession of perhaps 20 animals. Their formed dark silhouettes in the gloom. The camels are being loaded, but the work is done with a quiet efficiency, without the usual energy and excitement that once accompanied the start of a great trading expedition. The sounds are muted. The soft, padded thud of the camels' feet on the stone, the gentle clinking of harnesses, the low murmurs of the merchants' voices. These are the men of Petra, but they look different from the proud, confident merchants of the city's golden age. Their faces are resolute, but also tinged with a subtle weariness, a quiet resignation to a changing world. They know that the great profits are no longer to be made on these ancient overland routes. The true wealth of the world now travels by sea, on Roman ships, sailing the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean. Theirs is a fading profession, a tradition they carry on more out of habit and heritage than for great reward. The loading is complete. The caravan leader, an old man with eyes that have seen this street in both its glory and its slow decline, gives a quiet signal. The caravan begins to move, not out toward the open valleys to the south, but back the way you first came, toward the dark, yawning mouth of the Siq. They are heading north on the old King's Highway to the cities of Syria. You, as a silent, invisible observer, follow them. You watch as the slow, deliberate procession makes its way down the length of the empty Colonnaded Street. The rhythmic plodding of the camels' feet echoes strangely in the quiet. It is the only sound. They reach the end of the street, past the dark shape of the theater, and enter the street of facades. They move past the grand, silent homes of their own ancestors, their passage watched by the ghosts of generations of far more prosperous traders. The camel bells, which in centuries past would have rung out like a song of victory and wealth, now sound muted and sparse, a quiet, melancholic chime in the morning stillness. Finally, the caravan reaches the dark, narrow entrance to the Siq. Without pausing, the lead camel steps into the rift, and the others follow, one by one. The entire procession is swallowed by the shadows of the great canyon. You follow them inside. The journey through the Siq is familiar to you now, but the feeling is entirely different. It is no longer a passage of discovery and wonder. It is a journey of farewell. You watch the dark shapes of the camels and their handlers move like phantoms through the twisting, moonlit corridor. The water channels on the walls are no longer flowing, they are dry and filled with sand. The votive niches are empty, the memory of incense long since faded. The great canyon, which once felt like a bustling, sacred vestibule, now feels like a long, silent hallway in a house that is slowly being abandoned. The caravan moves on, its pace steady and unhurried. The journey through the Siq takes a long time, a slow, final procession through the very heart of Petra's geological soul. At last, you see the pale gray light of the dawn sky at the far end of the passage. The caravan emerges from the mouth of the Siq and into the wide, open valley outside the city. Here, in the open air, the caravan leader pulls his camel to a halt. The entire procession stops behind him. He turns his mount, a slow, deliberate movement, and he sits there, atop his camel, looking back at the dark, hidden fissure in the rock that conceals his home. He does not see a city in ruins. He sees a city that is growing quiet, a city whose pulse is slowing. He gazes for a long time, his expression unreadable in the dim light. Perhaps he is remembering his grandfather's stories, tales of a time when caravans 100 strong would wait for days just to enter the Siq. Perhaps he is thinking of his sons, who have no desire to follow this arduous life, who dream of seeking their fortunes in the great coastal cities of the Roman Empire. He is not sad. He is a practical man, and he understands the world. A river has changed its course, and his city is no longer on its banks. It is as simple and as final as that. His silent gaze is a long, loving, and final goodbye. After a long moment, he gives a quiet click of his tongue. He turns his camel away from the city, away from the past, and toward the open desert that stretches to the north. The caravan begins to move again. You remain behind, watching them go. You watch the small, dark line of camels and men move slowly across the vast, pale landscape of the pre-dawn desert. They become smaller and smaller, their forms merging with the landscape, until they are just a faint, wavering line against the horizon. And then, as the first rays of the rising sun strike the distant mountain peaks, they disappear completely. With their departure, a quiet, invisible door has closed. The great age of the overland spice trade, the age that gave birth to Petra and sustained it for centuries, has come to its gentle, inevitable end. Minus episode 34. The image of that last, lonely caravan disappearing into the sunrise lingers in your mind. It was a quiet, poignant scene, a single thread being pulled from a magnificent tapestry. But to understand why that thread was pulled, why the caravans eventually stopped, we must zoom out. We must leave the stone valleys of Petra for a moment and look upon the world as the ancient merchants themselves saw it. Imagine, in the quiet, dark space of your mind, that a great, ancient map is unrolled before you on a vast, dark table. It is not a modern map with sharp, printed lines and political borders. This is a map made of soft, supple parchment, its edges slightly frayed, its surface smelling faintly of old leather and dust. The continents are drawn in muted earth tones, the seas in a pale, greenish blue. You lean in closer, your focus drawn to that crucial crossroads of the ancient world, the Arabian Peninsula, the Levant, and the long finger-like bodies of the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf. Now, watch as the map comes to life. A network of thin, glowing lines begins to appear, spreading across the land like golden veins. These are the great overland trade routes, the arteries of commerce that fueled the ancient world. You watch one particularly brilliant line begin to glow in the far south, in the lands known as Arabia Felix, the fortunate Arabia, modern -day Yemen and Oman. This is the source of the most precious commodities, frankincense and myrrh. You follow this golden line with your eyes as it snakes its way northward, a difficult, month-long journey up the western coast of Arabia. It travels through harsh, unforgiving desert, from one hidden well to the next, a treacherous path known only to the skilled caravan leaders. And you see that this main artery, along with dozens of smaller, glittering tributaries from other parts of the desert, all converge on a single, dazzlingly bright point of light on the map. That point is Petra. Petra's location, you now see with perfect clarity, was its genius. It was the essential bottleneck, the geographic choke point. It was the only secure, well-watered, and well-organized place to rest and trade before the final legs of the journey. From this brilliant hub of Petra, the golden lines branch out again. One line travels northwest to the great Mediterranean port of Gaza, where the spices would be loaded onto ships bound for Rome. Another travels straight north to the ancient city of Damascus. Another heads west into the Sinai and onto the great markets of Egypt. For centuries, Petra held a near-minus monopoly on this trade. Every sack of spice, every bolt of silk from the east that passed through, paid a tax, enriching the city beyond imagination. This glowing golden network was the source of its life, its power, and its glory. For a long time, this is how the world worked. But now, as you continue to gaze at the map, you see a new pattern begin to emerge. A different kind of line begins to glow, this time on the sea. It is a cool, sapphire-blue line. You watch it begin far to the east, in the ports of India. It crosses the Arabian Sea, and then, most crucially, it travels up the entire length of the long, narrow corridor of the Red Sea, right alongside the land route, but on the water. This sea route had always existed, but for a long time, it was perilous, plagued by pirates and unpredictable winds. But now, two things have changed. First, the Roman Empire, in its quest for efficiency and control, has swept the sea clean of pirates, making it safe for their merchant ships. Second, and more importantly, Roman and Greek sailors have mastered the complex patterns of the monsoon winds. They have learned that for 1/2 of the year, the winds blow reliably from the southwest, pushing ships easily up the Red Sea towards Egypt. For the other half of the year, they blow from the northeast, pushing them just as easily back home. Suddenly, the sea is not an obstacle, but a highway. A single ship could carry a cargo many times larger than the biggest camel caravan, and could make the journey in a fraction of the time. The sea route was faster, cheaper, and more efficient. As you watch the map, the blue lines of the sea routes begin to glow brighter, more intensely. More and more ships are using them, and as the blue lines pulse with this new, vibrant life, you see the golden lines of the overland routes begin to fade. The light becomes softer, less certain. The tributaries begin to dim. The journey that was once essential is now becoming obsolete. The brilliant, golden point of light that was Petra does not wink out. It simply begins to lose its dazzling intensity. The caravans still arrive, as you imagined, but they are fewer, smaller. The great wealth that once flowed through its gates, funding the creation of its magnificent tombs and temples, now flows past it, on the water. The world's commercial river has changed its course, and Petra, through no fault of its own, now finds itself on the banks of a drying stream. You look at this new map, this new reality, and you understand. The decline of Petra was not a story of war or conquest or moral failure. It was a story of geography and economics, a story of shifting sands, both literal and metaphorical. It was a slow, quiet, and inevitable process, as peaceful and as final as a river finding a new, easier path to the sea. The city was not defeated. It was simply bypassed. Minus episode 35. You have seen how the lifeblood of commerce was slowly diverted from Petra, leaving the great city beautiful, but increasingly isolated, like a magnificent tree whose roots can no longer find the river. The decline was slow, a gentle fading over generations, but there was one single event, one final, shuddering blow from which the city would never truly recover. Let your mind drift once more through time. Let us travel forward to the early hours of a morning in late spring. The date is May 19th, in the year 363 AD. The night that has just passed was one of terror. A night when the very bones of the earth groaned and shifted. A great earthquake, whose tremors were felt across the entire region, shook Petra to its foundations. But we will not dwell on the darkness or the fear. Our story begins now. In the quiet moments after the shaking has stopped, the sun is rising. It crests the eastern mountains, just as it has done every single morning for millennia. Its warm, golden light streams into the valley, illuminating a city that has been irrevocably changed. The air is still and thick with a farm, reddish dust that hangs like a veil, softening the sharp edges of the morning light. And there is a silence, a deep, profound, and unnatural silence, broken only by the distant, mournful cry of a single bird. You imagine yourself as one of the city's remaining inhabitants, perhaps a Christian family, as many were by this time. You have spent the night huddled in the relative safety of your rock-cut home, which, being part of the mountain itself, has largely withstood the shock. Cautiously, you emerge from your doorway into the quiet of the new day. You are not panicked. The danger has passed. You are now simply a witness to the aftermath. You begin to walk, slowly and deliberately, toward the city center, toward the Colonnaded Street. The great tomb facades on the cliffs, the urn tomb, the palace tomb, still stand. They are scarred with new, jagged cracks running across their surfaces like lightning bolts frozen in stone. But their immense structures, anchored to the mountain, have held firm. But as you reach the great paved avenue, you see the true extent of the damage. The magnificent colonnades, the proud rows of freestanding columns that line the street are gone. They have been toppled. Massive, circular marble drums, the building blocks of the columns, lie scattered across the street like the discarded toys of a giant's child. Some have shattered upon impact. Others lie intact, their perfect cylindrical forms a jarring sight in their new, horizontal orientation. You walk toward the great temple complex, the place you once imagined as a lush garden oasis. Its grand entrance has collapsed. The towering columns that formed its gateway now lie in a tangled heap, their beautiful, leafy Corinthian capitals half-minus buried in rubble and dust. They do not look like a violent wreckage. In the soft morning light, they seem strangely peaceful. They look like great, ancient giants who, after standing guard for centuries, have finally grown weary and laid down to rest. Their watch is over. You see that the city's ingenious water system, its very circulatory system, has been severed. You see a place where the street has buckled, cracking open the line of terracotta pipes that ran beneath it. The main artery is broken. Water is no longer flowing to the Grand Nymphaeum at the end of the street. Instead, it seeps slowly from the fractured pipes, forming a small, muddy pool in the dust. From this pool, a tiny, new streamlet trickles down the street, ignoring the carefully planned gutters and following its own new path determined by the changed landscape. It is a quiet but powerful symbol. Man's intricate control has been broken, and the water, like nature itself, is beginning to reclaim its own course. You stand there, in the middle of the silent, altered street, and you feel not a sense of terror, but one of deep, profound awe at the power of the earth. The Nabataeans had mastered the desert. They had channeled the water. They had carved mountains, but they could not tame the ground beneath their feet. And in this quiet moment of realization, you understand that this was the city's true end. For the families that remained in Petra, the city already fading, already existing on the margins of a changing world, this was the final sign. The task of rebuilding was simply too monumental, the cost too great. The city, which had once felt like the most secure and protected place on earth, now felt fragile, vulnerable. The gods or God no longer seemed to smile upon this place. You imagine the conversations that would have taken place in the coming days. The quiet, somber discussions within families, the practical, heartbreaking decisions. There would be no grand exodus, no panicked flight. It would be a slow, dignified departure. Families would quietly gather the belongings they could carry, say their farewells to the eternal homes of their ancestors, and begin the long, slow journey to the coast or to the more stable cities of the north. They were not fleeing a disaster. They were accepting a final verdict, written in the language of trembling earth and fallen stone. The great, beautiful, and eternal city of Petra was, at last, being returned to the silence of the desert. -30:35. 40, Episode 36. The last family has gone. The sound of the last departing footstep has faded, absorbed by the stone and the silence. For the first time in nearly 1,000 years, the great city of Petra is empty of people. The doors of its rock-cut homes are left open. The marketplaces are silent. The grand avenues are deserted. A profound stillness settles over the valley, deeper than any silence that has come before. But the city is not truly left alone. As humanity departs, new inhabitants, new guardians, arrive to take their place. They are the ancient, elemental forces of this land, the wind and the sand. The wind is the first to arrive. It comes as a gentle whisper, sighing through the narrow passage of the Siq. It drifts into the open plaza and swirls around the great facade of the Treasury, a curious and invisible visitor. It explores the empty city with a patience that humans could never know. It slips through the dark doorways of the tombs on the street of facades, its gentle currents stirring the dust that has already begun to settle. It rustles through the dry leaves of the lone juniper tree by the Nabataeans. It climbs the high slopes to the royal tombs and sighs across the silent courtyard of the urn tomb. For the first time, there are no people to buffer its passage. The wind is now the sole occupant, the new spirit of this place. And the wind does not come empty-handed. It brings with it its constant companion, the sand. From the vast, surrounding deserts, the wind lifts countless billions of fine, red and gold grains of sand. It carries them in a soft, hazy cloud over the mountains and lets them drift down into the sheltered valley of Petra. This is not a violence and storm. It is a slow, gentle, and relentless process. It is the work of centuries. At first, the change is almost imperceptible. A fine layer of reddish dust, like a sprinkling of cinnamon, settles over everything. It coats the paved stones of the Colonnaded Street, dulling their polished sheen. It dusts the tiered seats of the theater. It settles on the altars of the high place. Then, as the years turn into decades, the sand begins to accumulate. It drifts into the corners of rooms, forming small, soft, triangular dunes. It blows against the bases of the fallen columns, the grand temple walls, and the tomb facades. The wind, in its constant, swirling motion, acts like a gentle but tireless sweeper, gathering the sand into soft, flowing piles. The winter flash floods, no longer diverted by the broken dam, now play their part. Once a year, a muddy torrent of water flows through the Siq, but its energy is now checked by the accumulating sand in the plaza. It slows down, and as it spreads out, it deposits a thick layer of rich, brown silt over the Colonnaded Street, adding to the growing blanket. Decade after decade, century after century, the process continues. The blanket of sand and silt grows thicker, higher. You imagine the slow, patient burial. The lower steps of the great staircases are the first to disappear. Then, the thresholds of the shops along the Colonnaded Street are submerged. The great paving stones of the street itself vanish from sight, buried under meters of new earth. The Grand Nympheum, its basins already cracked and dry, is slowly filled, until it becomes just a gentle, semi-circular mound in the landscape. The theater's lower seats are covered, the orchestra floor disappearing completely, the great stone bowl slowly filling with a soft, silent audience of sand. The lower tombs on the street of facades, the eternal homes of the city's merchants, find their doorways blocked, their entrances sealed, not by stone, but by the soft, patient shifting of the desert. This is not a violent burial. It is a gentle act of preservation. The desert is not destroying the city, it is protecting it. It is tucking it in for a long, deep sleep. It is covering it with a thick, warm blanket of earth, shielding it from the harshness of the sun and the memory of the outside world. As the centuries pass, the wind performs another, more subtle work. Armed with its fine grains of sand, it becomes a master sculptor, a gentle sandslaftsier. It works on the broken ruins, the sharp, jagged edges of the fallen columns from the great earthquake. The wind softens these harsh lines, smoothing them, rounding them, wearing away the signs of violent breakage. The ruins lose their look of recent trauma and begin to take on the soft, weathered appearance of natural rock formations. They cease to look like things that have been broken and begin to look like things that have simply come to rest, their sharp edges gently eased back into the landscape from which they came. After more than 1,000 years of this slow, patient, and uninterrupted work, the city of Petra is transformed. Its lower half, its entire civic heart, has vanished from sight, sleeping peacefully under a deep layer of sand and earth. Only the grandest monuments, those carved high into the cliff faces the Treasury, the royal tombs, the monastery remain visible, their upper portions rising from the new, elevated ground level like magnificent islands in a sea of sand. The city, once a bustling, world-renowned capital, has been hidden. It has been erased from the maps of the world. It has faded from the memory of all but a very few. It has become a legend, a whispered rumor among the desert tribes of a lost, treasure-filled city of rock. It is now truly asleep, waiting patiently in the quiet embrace of the desert for the time when it will, once again, be woken. Episode 37. The great city of Petra now sleeps, tucked away beneath a deep blanket of sand and time. To the outside world, to the map-mockers of Venice, the scholars of Paris, Like the merchants of London, it has become a phantom. Its name has vanished from their maps, its history erased from their books. To them, the city is well and truly lost. But a place is only truly lost when it is forgotten by everyone. And Petra was never forgotten for the entire 1,000 years of its long, quiet slumber. There were people who knew it was here. They were the nomadic tribes of the desert, the Bedouin, for whom these mountains and valleys were not a lost world, but their ancestral home. They grazed their goats in the surrounding hills, they drew water from its hidden cisterns, and they sheltered from the desert sun within its cool, silent tombs. And while the stones of the city slept, its story remained awake, kept alive not in writing, but in the most powerful and enduring of human traditions, the spoken word. Let us travel to another time, to a scene that could have taken place in any century during Petra's long sleep. Imagine a cool desert night, much like the one you have just experienced. A small group of Bedouin are gathered around a crackling campfire, nestled in a sheltered corner of the valley, perhaps not far from the entrance to the Siq itself. The fire casts a warm, flickering glow on their strong, weathered faces. The air is filled with the rich, aromatic scent of coffee, brewing with cardamom in a blackened brass pot over the embers. Above them, the sky is a vast, silent canopy of brilliant stars. An elder of the tribe, a man whose face holds the wisdom of countless desert nights, is speaking. His audience is a group of young boys and girls, their eyes wide and bright in the firelight, listening with rapt attention. He is not teaching them history. He is telling them a story. He does not call the city Petra. He calls it by one of its older, local names. Perhaps he calls it Wadi Musa, the Valley of Moses, linking it to the great prophet who, according to their legends, struck a rock here to bring forth water for his people. With a low, captivating voice, he tells the children the story of the grand facade that guards the entrance to the valley, the one they call Al-Khazneh, the Treasury. He tells them it was built not by the old traders, but by a powerful pharaoh from Egypt, who pursued Moses into these mountains. The pharaoh, it was said, used his dark magic to create the magnificent temple in a single night, and he hid all his vast wealth, his gold, his jewels, his precious books of spells in the great stone urn at the very top, placing powerful jinn, or spirits, to guard it forever. This is why, he warns the children, they must never try to climb it, for the jinn are still there watching. His story is a living map, a way of understanding their world. He tells them of the high place of sacrifice, not as an archaeological site, but as the mountain where the old gods used to live, a place where the wind still carries their whispers. He tells them of Monastery, the monastery, but in his story, it is the remote hermitage of a great and holy man, a place to be respected from afar. He does not speak of the Nabataeans by name. He refers to them simply as the ancestors or the old ones, but his stories are filled with their practical knowledge, passed down through the generations. He tells the children how to find the hidden, rock-cut cisterns after a rain, where the water stays cool and fresh for months. He points out the plants that can be used for medicine and the ones that are safe for their goats to eat. He teaches them the names of the constellations above, the same stars the ancient caravan leaders used to navigate their way through the trackless desert. The children listen, and they do not question whether the stories are true in a literal sense. The stories are true because they give meaning to the landscape. They populate the silent ruins with magic, with spirits, and with purpose. They transform the empty tombs from hollowed minus-out caves into the homes of ancient kings and powerful ghosts. They make the familiar landscape of their home a place of wonder and reverence. And so, for century after century, the story of Petra was told and retold, while the great libraries of the world held no record of it. The memory of the city was safe, carried in the minds of these desert people. They became the city's unwitting, and perhaps most fitting, guardians. They did not need to build walls or post sentries. Their guardianship was one of memory, of story, of respect. They protected the city's secrets simply by not sharing them with the outside world, a world they knew would not understand. They knew that outsiders would come only for the pharaoh's gold, not for the spirit of the place. The imagined scene of the storyteller fades, and you are left with a new and comforting understanding. The city did not sleep alone. It dreamt, and its dreams were told in the stories of the Bedouin. It was as if the city itself, through the voices of these desert people, was patiently waiting not for a treasure hunter or a conqueror, but for a different kind of visitor, a respectful guest, someone who would come not to take, but to listen, someone who would understand that the true treasure was not hidden in a stone urn, but was the city itself, and who would be able to share its magnificent, forgotten story once again with the entire world. Minus episode 38. The city sleeps. Its memory is kept safe and warm by the fireside stories of its Bedouin guardians, and it waits. It waits for a guest who will come not with a sword or a treasure map, but with a respectful heart and a deep, scholarly curiosity. In the early years of the 19th century, that guest finally arrived. He was not a daring adventurer or a swashbuckling hero. He was a quiet, serious, minded Swiss academic named Johann Ludwig Burckhardt. He was a man deeply in love with the languages and cultures of the Middle East. For years he had lived in Syria, perfecting his Arabic, studying the Quran, and immersing himself so completely in the local customs that he could move through the world not as a European, but as one of its own. He adopted a new identity. Sheikh Ibrahim ibn Abdallah, a Muslim scholar from India, traveling through the lands. It was during his travels, in the year 1812, that he began to hear whispers, the same local legends that you imagined hearing around the campfire. He heard tales from the Bedouin of a magnificent, ancient city hidden away in the mountains of Wadi Musa, a place guarded by fierce spirits and filled with the treasures of a long-dead pharaoh. His scholar's mind lit up. He had read of the lost capital of the Nabataeans in ancient Greek and Roman texts. He knew of the legendary city of Petra, and he suspected, with a thrill of academic excitement, that these local legends and the lost city of the history books were one and the same. But he also knew that gaining access would be almost impossible. The local tribes were deeply suspicious of foreigners, especially Europeans. They believed them to be either treasure-hunting infidels who would desecrate their sacred places, or powerful sorcerers who would try to steal the magic of the jinn. A strange European asking to see a secret, ruined city would be met with immediate refusal, and likely with danger. So, Siq Ibrahim, the quiet scholar, devised a clever and deeply respectful plan. He would not ask to see the lost city. He would appeal to the piety of his local guides. He knew from his studies that high on a mountain peak overlooking the valley of Wadi Musa stood a small, white-stone shrine. It was believed to be the tomb of the prophet Aaron, or Harun, the brother of the great Moses. It was a place of local pilgrimage. Burckhardt, in his guise as the devout Siq Ibrahim, went to his guide and explained that he had made a solemn, personal vow. He had sworn an oath to God that he would travel to the tomb of the prophet Aaron and sacrifice a goat there to honor his memory. It was a brilliant excuse. A brilliant excuse, so seemingly pure that it would be difficult to refuse. To deny a man the fulfillment of a sacred vow was a serious breach of custom, and Burckhardt knew, from his ancient maps, that the only path to Aaron's tomb led directly through the heart of the hidden valley where the lost city was said to lie. His Bedouin guide was hesitant. He was a shrewd man, and he could not quite understand why a scholar from as far away as India would be so concerned with this particular minor shrine. His suspicions were aroused, but Burckhardt was a convincing actor. He spoke with reverence, he quoted the appropriate verses, and he was unwavering in his sacred duty. To refuse him would be inhospitable. And so, with a sense of reluctance and a watchful eye, the guide agreed to lead him. You can imagine Burckhardt's state of mind as they began the journey. Outwardly, he would have been the picture of calm, pious dignity. But inwardly, his heart must have been pounding with the excitement of a lifetime of scholarly passion about to be fulfilled. He was about to walk into a legend. His guide led him to the entrance of the Siq. As Burckhardt stepped into that now familiar, narrow passage, he would have had to feign a casual indifference to the wonders around him. He, a brilliant scholar of ancient cultures, had to pretend that the incredible water channels, the votive niches, the swirling colors of the rock, were of only passing interest. He had to hide his excitement, to keep his eyes focused on the path ahead as any true pilgrim would, his mind supposedly on his holy destination. The journey through the Siq must have felt like an eternity. And then he saw it, that famous final turn, that sliver of brilliant, rose-red light. He would have known, in that instant, that everything he had read, everything he had hoped for was true. And then he stepped out into the plaza. He stood before the Treasury. You can picture the scene, the young Swiss scholar, dressed in his dusty traveler's robes, gazing up at the magnificent, impossible facade, a sight no Westerner had laid eyes on for more than 500 years. The sheer, overwhelming beauty, the historical significance, the pure shock of it must have been immense, but he could not show it. He could not gasp in wonder. He could not pull out a notebook and begin sketching as every fiber of his being must have screamed at him to do. He had to maintain his cover. He quickly muttered a prayer of admiration, commenting to his guide on the fine work of the ancient jinn, and then insisted that they must hurry on, lest they be late for the sacrifice. His guide, perhaps still suspicious, led him quickly through the rest of the city. Barkar caught only fleeting glimpses of the theater, the Colonnaded Street, the royal tombs. It was a tantalizingly brief tour. He dutifully climbed Aaron's mountain. He sacrificed his goat, and he made his way back out of the valley, his mind reeling with the secrets he now carried. It was not his discovery in the way a conqueror discovers a new land. He was a guest, brought into a secret garden by a reluctant host. He was granted an introduction. It was not until years later, when he was safely back in Cairo, that he finally wrote down his account of the journey. His journals and drawings were published, and the effect on the academic world of Europe was electric. The lost city of Petra was lost no more. The sleeping beauty had been gently woken. The stories that had been kept safe by the Bedouin for 1,000 years were now ready to be shared, once again with the entire world. Minus episode 39. The physical journey is over. You have walked out of the Siq and back into the ordinary world. But the true journey, the one that has unfolded in your mind and in your heart, continues. You are now in your own quiet space, ready for rest. You close your eyes, and you invite the memories of Petra to return, not as a story with a beginning and an end, but as a gentle, flowing dream. Let the images drift and surface in their own time, with no effort on your part. First, you feel the memory of coolness. You feel the sudden, refreshing drop in temperature as you first stepped into the deep shadows of the Siq. You feel the cool, smooth, solid stone of the canyon walls under your fingertips as you trailed your hand along them. You remember the imagined splash of cool water from the lion fountain, and the deep, Silur-like chill in the vast, empty chamber of the urn tomb. Then, you feel the memory of warmth, the gentle, pleasant heat of the morning sun on your shoulders as you sat in the theater, the comforting warmth of the thick wool blanket your Bedouin host draped over you, the heat radiating from a small glass of sweet, minty tea seeping into your palms, and the deep, ancient warmth of the sun-baked stone on the high place of sacrifice, a warmth that seemed to come from the very heart of the mountain. The feelings of temperature begin to dissolve into pure color. A soft, rosy light fills your awareness. It is the color of the Treasury, seen for the first time through the final slit of the Siq. The color deepens, swirling with impossible, vibrant veins of deep purple and shimmering gold. You are seeing the spectacular facade of the Siq tomb again, a masterpiece painted by geology. The colors flow, one into the next, a liquid dream of violet, orange, and cream. The vision softens to a single, brilliant, golden hue, the color of the monastery, ignited by the last rays of the setting sun, a beacon of pure light against a darkening sky. The colors give way to shapes and forms. You see the vast, sweeping arc of the theater's seats, the perfect, interlocking honeycomb pattern of the hexagonal pavers in the great temple, the tall, slender shapes of the two sacred obelisks silhouetted against the blue sky. You see the massive, dark rectangle of the monastery's doorway, a gate for giants. You see the tiny, intimate square of a votive niche, a window for a single, silent prayer. The scale shifts from the immense to the miniature, each memory perfect in its own right. Now you begin to hear the gentle echoes of your journey. You hear the sound of your own footsteps, soft and rhythmic on the sandy floor of the Siq. You hear the imagined murmur of the marketplace, a blend of quiet voices, the clinking of pottery, and the distant, musical tap of a hammer on bronze. You hear the profound silence of the mountaintop, a silence so deep that the only sound is the gentle, constant whisper of the wind, and beneath it all you can almost hear the imagined sound of water, the lifeblood of the city splashing in the Nymphaeus fountains, gurgling in the open channels, and flowing silently through the hidden terracotta pipes. The imagined sounds fade, and you are left with the memory of scent, the clean, dry, mineral scent of the desert air, the sharp, sweet, refreshing aroma of fresh mint leaves steeping in hot water, the woody, sacred perfume of frankincense, its white smoke curling upward in a silent offering, and the smell of damp, fertile earth in the imagined gardens of the great temple, a scent of life and paradise in the heart of the stone. All these memories, the feelings, the colors, the shapes, the sounds, the scents have been sharpened clear, but now they begin to soften. They lose their distinct edges. They begin to flow into one another, like watercolors bleeding on wet paper. The coolness of the stone merges with the warmth of the sun. The sound of the wind blends with the sound of water. The purple of the silk tomb swirls into the gold of the monastery. The individual memories dissolve, leaving behind not a story, but a single unified feeling, a feeling of peace, a feeling of wonder, a feeling of deep, quiet, and profound contentment. This feeling coalesces, settling into a single, dominant impression, a warm, gentle, and deeply comforting color, rose minus red. Let this soft, rosy color fill your awareness. It is the color of the city, the color of the stone, the color of the sunset and the dawn. It is a color of safety, of beauty, of a long and peaceful sleep. There is nothing else to do now, nothing to see, nothing to analyze. Your journey is complete. You have walked the paths, you have climbed the mountains, you have heard the stories, and now it is time to rest. Just as the great city of Petra now sleeps peacefully under its protective blanket of sand, you can allow yourself to sleep peacefully under your own warm blanket. Let go of the images, let go of the thoughts, and just float gently on this soft, warm, rose-red feeling. Let it carry you as a gentle current carries a leaf out of wakefulness into a deep, quiet, and restorative dream. Minus episode 40. The physical journey is over. You have walked out of the Siq and back into the ordinary world. But the true journey, the one that has unfolded in your mind and in your heart, continues. You are now in your own quiet space, ready for rest. You close your eyes, and you invite the memories of Petra to return, not as a story with a beginning and an end, but as a gentle, flowing dream. Let the images drift and surface in their own time with no effort on your part. First, you feel the memory of coolness. You feel the sudden, refreshing drop in temperature as you first stepped into the deep shadows of the Siq. You feel the cool, smooth, solid stone of the canyon walls under your fingertips as you trailed your hand along them. You remember the imagined splash of cool water from the lion fountain, and the deep, cellar-like chile in the vast, empty chamber of the urn tomb. Then, you feel the memory of warmth, the gentle, pleasant heat of the morning sun on your shoulders as you sat in the theater. The comforting warmth of the thick wool blanket your beddo on host draped over you, the heat radiating from a small glass of sweet, minty tea seeping into your palms, and the deep, ancient warmth of the sun minus baked stone on the high place of sacrifice, a warmth that seemed to come from the very heart of the mountain. The feelings of temperature begin to dissolve into pure color. A soft, rosy light fills your awareness. It is the color of the Treasury, seen for the first time through the final slit of the Siq. The color deepens, swirling with impossible, vibrant veins of deep purple, indigo blue, and shimmering gold. You are seeing the spectacular facade of the Siq tomb again, a masterpiece painted by geology. The colors flow one into the next, a liquid dream of violet, orange, and cream. The vision softens to a single, brilliant, golden hue, the color of the monastery, ignited by the last rays of the setting sun, a beacon of pure light against a darkening sky. The colors give way to shapes and forms. You see the vast, sweeping arc of the theater's seats, the perfect, interlocking, honeycomb pattern of the hexagonal pavers in the great temple, the tall, slender shapes of the two sacred obelisks silhouetted against the blue sky. You see the massive, dark rectangle of the monastery's doorway, a gate for giants. You see the tiny, intimate square of a votive niche, a window for a single, silent prayer. The scale shifts from the immense to the miniature, each memory perfect in its own right. Now you begin to hear the gentle echoes of your journey. You hear the sound of your own footsteps, soft and rhythmic on the sandy floor of the Siq. You hear the imagined murmur of the marketplace, a blend of quiet voices, the clinking of pottery, and the distant, musical tap of a hammer on bronze. You hear the profound silence of the mountaintop, a silence so deep that the only sound is the gentle, constant whisper of the wind. And beneath it all you can almost hear the imagined sound of water. The lifeblood of the city splashing in the Nymphaeum is fountains, gurgling in the open channels and flowing silently through the hidden terracotta pipes. The imagined sounds fade, and you are left with the memory of scent, the clean, dry, mineral scent of the desert air, the sharp, sweet, refreshing aroma of fresh mint leaves steeping in hot water, the woody, sacred perfume of frankincense, its white smoke curling upward in a silent offering, and the smell of damp, fertile earth in the imagined gardens of the great temple, a scent of life and paradise in the heart of the stone. All these memories, the feelings, the colors, the shapes, the sounds, the scents have been sharpened clear. But now they begin to soften. They lose their distinct edges. They begin to flow into one another, like watercolors bleeding on wet paper. The coolness of the stone merges with the warmth of the sun. The sound of the wind blends with the sound of water. The purple of the silk tomb swirls into the gold of the monastery. The individual memories dissolve, leaving behind not a story, but a single, unified feeling, a feeling of peace, a feeling of wonder, a feeling of deep, quiet, and profound contentment. This feeling coalesces, settling into a single, dominant impression, a warm, gentle, and deeply comforting color, rose minus red. Let this soft, rosy color fill your awareness. It is the color of the city, the color of the stone, the color of the sunset and the dawn. It is a color of safety, of beauty, of a long and peaceful sleep. There is nothing else to do now, nothing to see, nothing to analyze. Your journey is complete. You have walked the paths. You have climbed the mountains. You have heard the stories. And now, it is time to rest. Just as the great city of Petra now sleeps peacefully under its protective blanket of sand, you can allow yourself to sleep peacefully under your own warm blanket. Let go of the images, let go of the thoughts, and just float gently on this soft, warm, rose minus red feeling. Let it carry you as a gentle current carries a leaf out of wakefulness and into a deep, quiet, and restorative dream. Wherever you are, whenever it is, I hope sleep finds you gently tonight.